Good evening, everybody. Good evening. Thank you for coming in. If y'all can hear me in the chat, y'all let me know that we're up and running. All the things. Thank you for choosing to come spend your Friday night with us. We got a few things to talk about. So before we do get started, though, y'all can hear me, I hope. Let's see who we got here. Our mod team is here. Butterfly's here. Rachel is here. Ruth Ann, welcome in. Forrest, thank you for coming in as well, being here for us. Semi Sharp, always good to see you in the chat. Um, did I say Carrie? I think I did. Carrie, it's good to have you here. We don't get to see you as much as we'd like to. We know you're busy. All right, sound is good. Sound is good. All right, we should be able to roll through the show without becoming the hot mess express. Let's hope. Let's give it our first test. I asked Butterfly if she'd join us tonight, and she said yes. Hey, girl. Can you hear me?
Hey, hey,
Okay.
Salty, how are you?
I'm doing pretty. I'm doing better. I am. I've stayed in bed a lot, and I ordered more medicine yesterday when I got offline because I didn't have any more like nighttime kind. So anyway, I ordered
Hmm.
some more medicine and juice, and I just pounded everything and piled up in the bed, and here I am, a little better.
Oh, that's good.
Anyway, doing good. Voice is better. Um, we're headed for a deep freeze apparently. Like,
I
I'm wor-
know.
well, I'm worried about you. I'll tell you. Can I tell you why? I don't get political here on the channel, and I won't. But I fled Cruz, man. Come on, he left you high and dry before, so I'm a little worried.
Again?
I'm a little worried about my girl. Mexico's probably looking pretty good to him right now. But I'm just saying, go stash on the
Well,
plane. I mean,
made it fine without it before. I'll do it again.
just like I didn't need his ass last and I don't need it this time.
Right,
I hear you. That'd be like the governor come to save me personally from a hurricane. Like, dude, what are you doing? You gonna throw paper towels at me?
right.
I can't. I hope that y'all's grid doesn't go down because that's not cool. Because I felt really bad because I know what it's like to be without power after a hurricane. It is scorching hot. The humidity just
Hmm.
it's unbearable, right? And there's no way to cool down because the air power's out. But you guys will freeze to death if the power's out. That's my concern. Like, how do y'all stay warm?
Yeah,
How
we
I
have a gas. We do have a gas stove and we have a
okay.
fireplace, so which we
See,
relied on the last time. So,
yeah, well, I figured the Northeast or people in I don't know about Texas, but like we don't. There's not a lot of gas stuff here, right? It's a lot of electric, and it's a mixture of who has gas in the home and who doesn't. Fireplaces aren't really a thing in Florida unless you just want it for to be pretty. You know what I mean? We don't need them, so they're
hmm.
not typically a thing. So yeah, I guess y'all have your ways to keep warm without electricity, right? So that's always a good thing. So those of you who have the fireplaces and the gas, I hope everything you got all your supplies and getting ready because I'm worried about everybody freezing to death. I'm not worried about
Right.
me. It's not going to be that. I mean, to be cold for me, but not cold like my peeps out there. Geez, they're going through it, man. I feel bad.
Yeah, yeah. I think we're like in between possibly snow, but more likely it's gonna be ice, which is actually worse than the
It
snow.
is.
So,
It's crazy because we had like a snow that 3 day snowstorm last year was just whatever. Day one was cute and all, but day two and three was like, oh my god. But about about 6 years before that, we had like a 3 day ice storm, and that's when it was being talked about how in the Northeast, the car doors were freezing shut. Well, me and my one of my sisters, because I have a few, we went out to her son-in-law's car, and we were sitting in the car because she was smoking, and we didn't smoke in her daughter's house because she had a baby in there. And we're sitting there talking, and she's talking about how, oh my god, look at these people, we're sitting here bitching about some ice on the ground, and these people are out here. And we read a story about the car doors freezing. And I looked at her and she looked at me, and we both like opened the door at the same time. We didn't want to freeze in the car and be those people.
oh no,
Y'all be
stuck.
careful.
Right, exactly.
Oh my
But
goodness.
yeah, how's it supposed to get there for you?
Well,
Are you getting anything?
we're supposed to get really cold, I think Sunday night going Monday. Everybody keeps telling me it's gonna be cold. My daughter's like, you got good heat, I hope. And I'm like, what's going on? So I start looking and I realize my cold weather's coming in on Sunday. So I mean, we had good weather today, but it's supposed to be cold. I guess everybody's going to get it at a different time frame tomorrow, starting tomorrow, rolling into Saturday and Sunday for everybody. So hopefully, wherever you guys are, you can weather the storm, as they say. We know how to. We should know how to do this. Hopefully, and y'all
Yeah.
for the people who y'all know don't know how, just maybe give them a little advice or hold their hand a tiny bit.
Well, I'm gonna do my part. I'm gonna stay home,
Right?
and I didn't buy everything at the grocery store. I promise you. So
Thank God.
I did
Well,
my
we
part.
we know how it is because we ride out hurricanes, so we get it, right? That's I know. I got everything I need, so I don't have to venture out. I did venture out today to make sure I did have enough things where I don't have to venture out, but yeah, I didn't buy everything either. I don't. I had. Usually, I keep a pretty good stock of certain supplies because you just don't ever know. That's like having
Same
your shit.
here.
Hey, look, I have a shit and get bag ready at all times. You never know when you're going to have to shit and get. Like, jump out the window, somebody's breaking in. I'm gonna need stuff. So that bag's coming with me if I gotta jump out the window. I'm just saying, y'all be prepared. I am nothing
Right.
if I am not prepared. That's my life motto. I try to be prepared at all times, but sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. All right, so we do have some things to get into, don't we?
Mhm.
All right. So one of the topics of today was McKee. We all know was back in Ohio. Or Michael David McKee, the suspect who was arrested for allegedly murdering the Tippes. Um, he was in court today for a very brief hearing, and of course, he pled not guilty on all counts. We do have the clip of that super brief hearing, and he did have his private attorney present. Um, I looked at her. I looked into her a little bit, and they say she's covered a couple of, I guess, local high-profile cases, but I don't
Mhm.
know. I didn't recognize any of them. So
Yeah, me either.
yeah. And then the second other thing that happened today was there was an arrest made in connection to the investigation into the death of Celeste Rivas.
Yep.
Not a suspect for the crime for her murder, but into the investigation. And we're going to take a look at that as well. And some other things have popped off, like with not popped off really, just some things have come to light with that big Idaho 4 document or photo dump, right? Um,
Mhm.
there were a couple of photos that accidentally got in there that were unredacted. The two that I know of, one you could really not see what it was unless you were shown or you really zoomed in and saw it. The second
Mhm.
one was the same way. The second one didn't even it wasn't nearly nothing like the first one. But there was something interesting people did pick up on in one of the photos from Maddie's room. And we have that and we're
Mm.
going to take a look at that and see what we think about that. Y'all might have noticed the thumbnail. There's like dog on there. What's up with that dog? That's Murphy. That's
Yeah.
Murphy. That is Murphy Gonzalez straight from his Instagram page. He lives a large life on the Instagram.
Oh.
He does. Murphy has some adventures. Um, he loves the outdoors, apparently. I think his owner does as well. I think they find peace out there.
Right.
We always wonder, well, I always wondered where was Murphy? Poor thing probably saw and heard a lot of things. I wish that dog could be like Mr. Ed and talk and testify.
Right.
Um,
Exactly.
oh my God, could you imagine what that thing could tell us? And that dog could tell us. And it's I'm more and more inclined to think as more stuff is said comes out in documents, right? And as I'm reading in my mind, I'm like, where's this dog? Because I don't see him running around any of the white sedan circling its prey videos. And that's
Mhm.
all of the 1112 videos that have been out. Hours before the crimes, during the crimes, hours after. I never see the dog. And I'm constantly looking. Trust me. I've been looking for Murphy in all the videos that I've seen. He's not there. Where
Yep.
was he? We know he was under Kaylee's desk when the cops came in the door because they have a picture of it, right?
Mhm.
So, always wondered. Dylan also claims I hear the dog, right? The dog's ruckusing around. He's barking and doing this. Yes, I think he was. But I think, did he get shut out of Maddie's room during an attack or the attack?
Yeah, we talked about that too.
Right. So when
Possibility.
the door gets shut, he only he retreats back to Kaylee's room, but he has nowhere else to go. Or maybe he ran downstairs. I don't know. But at
Right.
some point, when Koberger leaves the room, I'm assuming that door gets left open. All right, now I'll bring up these photos to show you guys why I say he retreated. Did he go back in after the door was left open? Because look at this. Let me get the. Oh, wait, first of all, let me get the images. Oh wait, I have them. Huh. I actually did it all right this time and forgot. Hold on. Hold on. Oh, gotta take us off the screen to get it up. Okay, let me do this. Make this larger. All right. Let me image because I uploaded these images so I wouldn't have to pull the thing. Okay, so what I'm going to show you first is the original, guys. Okay, let me get us off screen so everybody can see it for what it actually is. How do I change that? Oh, I gotta go scroll up, girl. Get it together. Okay, there we go. Sorry, guys. Thank y'all for coming into the Hot Mess Express. Hope you enjoy the ride. Hold on tight. Um, hit the thumbs up if you don't mind. All right, so that's the original photo. And if you don't see it, you may not see it. I see it on the one, but I didn't see it. I've kind of been analyzing these photos more and more, like I'm just sitting here with my coffee and looking, and I've picked up and noticed a few things about maybe movements of the suspect in the room. But this I hadn't seen yet until I saw it, right? And then I was like, let me get to looking and see what we think. Okay, now I'm going to show you right under. I have these also circled in other images so you guys can see it. I wanted you to see it in the natural state as it was. Okay, this is going to be a zoomed in image. Right here at the top, and I don't think you can even see my pointer, but you can probably see maybe a fake print. I'll show you in another image with it circled side by side so you can see what I'm talking about. Okay. Can you see it, Butterfly, at all without me
I see like
pointing?
a paw print.
Yeah, without
Yeah.
me pointing it out. Okay, go back to
Mhm.
this one. Can you see it in that image as well?
Yeah.
Okay, the one, right?
Mhm.
So then we go to this image. Okay, on the left, I that's the original image. I have
Mhm.
the two arrows. One's pointing at the first one is at the second one, but you still can't hardly see it in this image.
Like
You can see it.
smudged.
I was looking at chat. Forrest says he can see it as well. Okay, and on the right is the zoomed in. The top one is circled, bottom. Do we agree those could be paw prints, guys? Versus what we've
Mhm.
seen in the other, in compared to Xana's room and what's on the walls in this room, and the smears we see in Xana's room, and the spatter and the sprays. What does that appear to be, right? You see it, Semi? Um, y'all think Murphy went into that room after those girls were killed? I mean, obviously he could have. I don't think you would. The prints wouldn't have shown if unless he stepped in something. You know what I mean? Um,
Yeah.
to
Are
put
they old? Or are they? You know what
would
I
they?
mean? Like.
Well, would they be old and just show up through that like without a red tint being on them? That's what I'm wondering.
Yeah.
Like, did he? Because if you look through Maddie's room images, and I got a lot of the numbers to her room written down. So when we search through the dump, we can find them quickly. Um, you a lot of the blood evidence was contained to her bed. There was just
Mhm.
drops on the floor. So I don't know, did he run down to Xana? But if he ran into Xana's room at any point, like after the suspect left the home, and he ran in to see what that all that commotion was he was hearing, wouldn't there be more paw prints leading from Xana's room with more blood on them, right? Versus
Yeah.
wait until he gets to back to Maddie's room before we see a paw print. So, and I went back and looked at the ones from Xana's room, and I didn't see any paw prints. But that looks like paw prints to me. What, I don't know. Chat, I should have put a poll in there. to see what you guys thought. Throw a one in there, I guess, if you guys all believe that could possibly be paw prints that we're seeing on the floor. What is that? Poor Murphy. Because a dog can walk in and sense death. The dog can
Yeah.
sense a whole hell of a lot more than we can. He'll hear it long before we hear it, smell it, see it, taste it, everything, long before we do. Um, he could absolutely walk in that room and sense what had happened. And of course, that fear is going to set in. And then we all, in case you guys have missed it, that there is a photo in the prior dumps, and Murphy is absolutely under the desk in Kaylee's room. Okay, so the ones who did throw the number into the chat, they agree. We think could be definitely the paw prints, right?
Mhm.
Um, I don't know. It's just another part of the story, right, that may never get told. And how will it ever, if the assailant's gone and the victims are dead, right? We don't know
Yeah.
really what was going on after the fact because we can't trust the one person who was awake to give us an accurate
Yeah.
account
I
of
think if he would have gone in any of the other rooms, there would be a lot more paw prints, especially
what.
bloody. He would have had more blood on him, I would think.
Well, by the time he
But
got up there, I could see it tracking off onto the floor, right? But it would, like
mhm.
you said, there would be a lot more throughout the rest of the home that showed more visible, and we didn't even see that outside the landing in Dylan's door. We saw that one latent weird print right next to the threshold, but we didn't see any
Mhm.
Murphy type prints. It only appears to be right there so far. So we'll see if we notice any more throughout our journey into the pictures as we take different looks at them and see. But you guys will probably see this circulating. I saw it this morning, and then I had to go. I went and checked something, and I went back to the photos we have. I guess they're still trying to fix the ones they had. Like they took down all the images, I guess, to fix the couple that they didn't have the redactions on. And honestly, I know they're probably catching a lot of hell from a lot of people over those redactions, but people probably wouldn't even have noticed if somebody hadn't pointed it out. They're so minor, but that doesn't make it okay either. You know what I mean?
Right.
It's like, where do y'all? There's got to be a balance, and we got to. This is a learning curve for such a large case. Anne said there was terabyte after terabyte after terabyte, and it's going to take 10 years and all this stuff. So we get to rushing them and they make up a mistake, and then here we go. But I would rather look at the stuff that is there, and
Yeah.
and honestly, I don't mean to interrupt you, but
No, go ahead.
the one photo they showed that wasn't redacted, you can see a little bit of, I'll just describe it. You can see a little portion of Maddie's arm, only because the sleeve of her shirt comes down, covers the shoulder part. You can see part of her arm, and then a blanket goes down. That's all you can see. But that K bar's position in relation to her arm, that told me a lot, just being able to see that. And I was like,
Right.
well, but there was no blood, even, right? And you wouldn't have known that's what that was if you didn't zoom in and really get your and go, oh, and then compare to the other photos of the bed, you then you knew, right? So
Mhm.
people are going to do what they do, no matter what. We had photos of Abby and Libby floating around out there, leaked by somebody, and yeah, I don't remember there being like a huge fuss outside of that community about that. So if I'm not
Yep.
okay with, you know, it's just like, just be fair across the board. So, but yeah, that's
Mhm.
what I wanted to cover with that tonight. Or we can get into more of those photos later and look at some other stuff. But yeah, just I saw that and I was like, let's look at that together and see what we think. And if you go and look at the original, it's there, but it's just so faint.
Mhm. Yeah. I mean, he could, if he was let out at any time, it could be from before. I mean, it could be from any time, but it does look like a dog print, like a paw print.
Yeah.
Um.
And
But
Rachel
go.
reminds us that it was wet outside because there was some snow in the area, and the moisture on the
Mhm.
ground out there. So he could have had the damp paws as well. Now, if he ran out rage and he came back in, he would easily track something in, right? But I don't recall even noticing paw prints on the kitchen floor. I don't
Yeah.
know if
Now
they
we're
were.
gonna have to go back and look.
Yeah, I don't know if there would be more, depending on
Yeah.
this latent stuff. What causes your we know walking will cause it to fade with each step, right?
Mhm.
But why is it one step could be heavier than another and really lay down an impression? And you would think if there's one here, there's got to be more behind it, right? That are led up to
Mhm.
it. Y'all know what I'm saying. But
Yeah.
so it'll be interesting to see if we do spot any more of that now that we are aware that that is even a possibility. Because I
Yep.
wouldn't before. I'm thinking he was probably in Kaylee's room the whole time if he wasn't running around outside.
Yeah.
I don't know those types of dogs. If they're scared and will retreat because some chaotic stuff's happening. But then again, if Maddie's door was open during the attack, would that dog have come in there and caused a ruckus? Probably over those girls. I don't know how those kind of dogs would react.
Barking.
Yeah, at least barking, at the least, right?
Mhm.
Just showing his ass. What are you doing to my people? Like most dogs would, even timid dogs, I guess. But I raised pit bulls. I'm used to my dogs. Like that dude wouldn't have had a chance. He would have
Yeah.
had to have stabbed the dog. It's bottom line. He would have had to have taken her out to get to me, and I know that with all my heart and soul. But I don't know that about Murphy. You know what I mean? I That's why I had
Unless
pit
he did
bulls.
put him in her room, or he was already in her room, like we had thought from the beginning, but
Well,
or
that's
talked about at the beginning.
right. The possibility that he could have been in her room the whole time. That when she
Mhm.
got back and when they came back from the corner club in the grub truck and they got back home, the girls had walked the dog. And then at some point, it's like, where's Murphy? And then I guess they found Murphy because remember, Maddie apparently texts down to Bethany, "Have you seen
Mhm.
Murphy?" Because Murphy hadn't come back in yet. Apparently, Murphy did come back in. And he probably went upstairs with Maddie and Kaylee. And they were calling
Right.
Jack. Was Murphy in Kaylee's room while she was in the room with Maddie calling Jack over and over and over? Kaylee's covers are pulled back. We had a picture very early in the case where another one of the Fox News Digital or whoever had their mega zoom lens, and you could see Kaylee's bed through the sliders of her balcony, and you could see that it appeared the covers were pulled back. Everybody's like, "Oh, y'all are crazy. That's not true." It was obvious that the covers were pulled back, and now we have better images, and the covers are absolutely pulled back like they always were. So did she not make her bed all day? Did she take a nap? They all said they come home and took a nap that day before they went out that night, right? So was the
Yeah.
bed just messed up because she had her nap, or did she come out of her bed to go see why this noise was in Maddie's room?
Right.
That's the hard call because she was in Maddie's room. They were calling Jack back and forth, and then that stopped. What at 2:58, guys? Was it almost 3 a.m. when those calls to Jack stopped?
Yeah, I think so.
So I think, and then after that, he comes into the house around the little 408 he parks behind the apartments. So I don't know where Murphy was, but it appears Murphy did venture back off into that bedroom.
So, do you think they would have taken any video of the scene, or just pictures?
Well, they did take video of it, but it's redacted. Even in the body cams, we see the body cams that are released. Now, they would have taken video probably for like court for the evidential analysis and stuff like that. Other video other than the body cam. Do you know what I mean? Like went
Yeah.
in there with the crime scene and videoed it because they went in there and did all the taking all those photographs is routine. They also do a lot of videos nowadays as well. But we do have all the body cams that have come out so far, and when they enter those rooms, they're redacted. We're never
So,
going to see.
are these photos in sequential order? Because they could be pictures like from when they the original photo, and then if they have to move the bed back, like the bedspread back, they'll take photos again, I guess. I
Oh
mean,
yeah,
I don't know.
everything you do, you have to document it. You have to
Right.
go like, oh, that has to be numbered. Look, if I'm Ann Taylor, I'm looking for that stuff. She went
Mhm.
she went through in the very beginning and needed to see all the training records of everybody involved in this investigation. You was inside that house collecting what? Can I see your training records? How good are
Mhm.
you at your job? All the things. Before I move a thing in this crime scene, I need this entire room documented. And then when one thing is moved, document it. Second thing moved. That's how, and that's just me watching true crime investigations for 40 years, right? I don't
Yeah.
want no slip up. We don't want no slip ups around here. We don't need those hot
So,
defense attorneys coming in
right.
because you know
So
I will.
on the Gonzalez Facebook page,
Oh,
they talked. I don't know if it was today or yesterday. They talked about um, this latest release and how it's stirred up, controversy again. And they were talking about maybe the possibility of having like either on TikTok, like with the
mm,
families, and talking about like everything that's like going on or everything that's out there, like set the record straight.
well,
But they still have reservations about doing that. But it's a possibility.
yeah. Here's the
So,
thing.
hmm
Hard
they just
pass.
open. Yeah.
Hard pass. Hard pass. Because people have made up their minds.
Hmm.
Steve Gonzalez is not going to be able to change them, and he's hooking up again
Yeah.
with. Let me just say, I I respect the hell out of Steve and Christy Gonzalez, but man, um, they're
Yeah.
not.
People are gonna think what they're gonna think,
Well,
and
it's
at
not
this
that.
point, just putting themselves out there. Yeah.
Look. Let me apologize right now, everybody, because I'm going to see this through a completely different lens because I have watched the Gonzalez family since the day this started. I've seen everything said. And right now, linking up again with content creators is probably not your
Hmm.
best move. And I'll just leave it at that. I There's nothing anybody can say that's going to change anything. And they're all about to start another creator war amongst themselves, and I want no part of it. Um,
No, I don't think it was with the creator. I think it was
that's right.
Olivia
No,
doing it.
well,
But even then, it's still,
there,
yeah.
there's a whole part of it I don't want to talk about. I know what I
Hmm.
know. Okay. Um, there's creators I'm not going to mention, but I know what I know. It's out there. I saw it today. So now that I look at these posts, I'm like, no,
Yeah.
because that to me is just, it's going to create more drama than,
Hmm.
and it's not going to create truth. Or the truth is there. If you want to see it, you see it. If you don't, you don't. Everybody's entitled to their own opinions
Yeah.
about everything, but I'm not here to fight their battle for them or with them.
Hmm.
I'll support them when they need support from a family that lost a loved one, like I would all the true crime victims. But when you continue to go at it with these people and feel the
Yeah.
need to prove, and they're taught, and these creators are talking to each other, and he's here for it.
Yeah.
I get what they want to do. I get what they want to do, but there's a right way, I feel like, to go about it and maybe a wrong way. And I hope they
Hmm.
choose the right way and not make it more drama. Um,
Yeah.
because there's already people out there clamoring to get at them over this subject.
Hmm.
Let me just put it that way. There's people out there right now clamoring to get at them over this subject, and they're right for the picking, and it's about to get there. But
Yeah.
if anybody should have a problem with this case and all this stuff coming out, can we contact Pennsylvania and ask them why we can't have more on Brian Christopher Koberger? The man,
Exactly.
the man who's sitting in the fucking prison, who said, I fucking did it, with a straight face and no emotion, not doped up on Halidol by some psychiatrist who needs a spun to hang out in Facebook groups and chat about the case. Oh, that was Delphi, Indiana, and Rick Allen. That wasn't Brian Christopher Koberger. So
Yep.
we can blame Idaho for dumping all this shit out there, and Pennsylvania for holding back everything on Brian Koberger that's in their possession, which would mean all they have, only thing Pennsylvania has is the arrest videos and the bear cat in the driveway and the drone in the backyard watching the house. That's what I want that they refuse to give us. I got a problem with that. But the Gonzalez can fight their battle all on their own.
Hmm.
I'm sorry, but this stuff is going to get talked about in every true crime. Real happy they have the worst sunshine laws, right? The worst. They won't give you shit. People had put in FOIAs the minute they learned this guy was arrested, and they never got them. Something about, oh, you have to do it in 30 days. You got to be a resident. And Pennsylvania has the worst laws, turns out. Um, that guy Gavin Fish, I think he's from over there, and he's always complaining about that state. But yeah, they won't give us anything on that guy. But we got these photo dumps and these crime scenes, and we got police reports, and everybody's still wondering if he's the guy, and these roommates, and blah, blah, blah. It's like, damn, it's kind of giving me a headache like that Lauren Matthias chick.
That's a migraine.
Oh, God. I
Oh.
don't know. I just, I feel bad for the family. I always will. They're not,
Mhm.
there were four families. One chooses, and I promise you, there's no cookie cutter way to handle anything. These four families all took a different path, and I respect each one of their paths. You know what I mean?
Yep.
I
There's
do.
no book on grieving. You grieve
Oh
your own
God,
way. Everyone does.
Lord, no! I couldn't. I can't imagine to tell them how to do it. Don't tell me how to
Mm-mm.
do it. I didn't want to hear. No, I'm not going to tell you, but I understand the process, right? So,
Yeah.
all right, let's take a look at this guy here. This next guy on our agenda. This is okay. Butterfly gave me the heads up on this earlier. This is out of the Lewis and Clark County Sheriff's Office in Helena, Montana, or Helena, Montana. Helena.
Yeah.
Christopher, Neo Christopher Langston. Now, oh man, did I hang on? Did I not do it? No, it didn't. I'll have to read it from my phone. Shit. The one thing I didn't
What?
load up. Okay. This guy was talked about 3 months ago on Reddit in the Celeste Rivas case as potentially being the last person to drive the Tesla.
Was
After,
he what? Who was mentioned? The witness that
yeah,
would not comply.
he's the he's he's arrested because
Yeah.
he wouldn't cooperate as a witness with the grand jury. We have a couple articles we can look at and get a little more information. He is also allegedly, I guess he is, a popular Twitch streamer, a gamer. Um, he had a Instagram account. He's got I think he had a
Right. Avery.
Spotify account. What all his different socials I think are like. Okay, so I got to pull up on my phone and read what the Reddit posts were saying because it's intriguing as hell. Um, this was also posted. I got these from Twitter. He was arrested at a home in Montana. Now, 3 months ago, people were saying he was MIA in the Reddit group, and some speculated he may have left the country. I was like, oh, okay. Well, apparently he was in Montana. Um, that's
His
him.
mom.
Can y'all see him? Yeah.
Yep.
Okay. And then here's the other one. His name is Neo. All right. So let me grab this article and we'll take a look. A TMZ had reported on it as well as let's see, somebody else. Let's see.
Riley Reid says Neo, like from the Matrix.
Oh, oh God, it's been a long time since I watched this. Neo.
Yeah.
Okay. I forgot what I was doing. Oh, I
The
forgot what I.
article.
Yeah, I forgot which folder I had made it. Okay. Oh, let me. Oh, here. I know what I did with it. I got it right here. Let me share this first, and we'll read this. Uh oh. One second. I have to shift my screen around just a little. Okay, there we go. All right. Let me get this, share the screen. Okay. So this was a while back, like I said, a few 3 months ago, 4 months ago, in Reddit. And it seems two of his close friends he was constantly seen in pictures with, or sometimes even on stream, are no longer friends with him, at least publicly. They unfollowed him and removed all the pictures they had together from their feed. Same goes for David's feed. I can't find a single picture of Neo and David together. Besides, those where they were tagged. Besides the ones where they were tagged by another account, despite clearly remembering them. Okay, so then the next down here it says somebody was like, "Oh yeah, you should do that if you know unassociate with the person." Well deserved and is understatement, honestly. Another thing to mention is a lot of managers, teams, or creators heavily advise their people to unfollow and disassociate from controversial people for the sake of keeping their image clean and not getting their name involved. This person says, or you lock down everything, maybe if you were the last person to move a car with a dead body in it. I was like, oh snap.
It's
Girl, it's
crazy though, because I mean, it's nothing goes away. Everything's on the internet.
like,
So it's more noticeable when
and
you
this was
unfollow people and
right,
disassociate. That just creates more questions.
and this was 3 months ago. Okay, and then
Yeah.
how far back did these two close friends go? When did Neo the Asian and Asia start popping up on Instagram? Was Celeste pictured with any of them? And then somebody else replies, or Neo was involved. They're like 1,000%. He was by David's side for years, seemingly at all times. It's a given his whole team knew about Celeste. But this Neo guy was his ride or die, at least person, and the last person known to use the Tesla. Yep. Oh, I was like, dang. These Reddit people be spilling the tea 3 months ago, 4 months ago, right? Then I
Yeah.
wondered, Steve Fisher, the name Neo ring a bell? Dude, you knew. You knew.
Sydney.
The PI never said it wasn't David who moved the Tesla. Still a chance David moved it. Well, Steve, could you come and answer that question for us? Do you
Didn't
mind?
he say, it's not in so many words, in one of the interviews he did,
Yep.
that it was him, that he saw
Well,
him?
no, he said they can. Well, that's not exactly what he said. We have to go back and review that butterfly because they don't.
Yeah.
He didn't say it was David. Is that one of the interviews where Nancy was trying to
No,
put
no, no,
in the
Neo.
fire? Oh, Neo.
Hmm.
Did Steve said that? I don't
I
recall
think
Steve
somebody asked him. I could have
specific.
sworn. I need to find it.
Wait, somebody asked Steve specifically about
Hmm.
Neo. Well, you need to get to finding that, Miss Ma'am.
Yeah.
We got to dig up that dirt.
It
If
was
some,
either he said exactly or like insinuating that that's who it was. So I need to find it.
okay, well, who is Asia, guys? Asia said in a video with Sakura and Neo that she related to David like a second to third cousin. And it's in the 4th of July stream, David's washroom, and David confirms it in the video. So this Asia girl claims to be a fourth or a third, second to third cousin of David's, and they said so on a 4th of July stream. Okay. Well, this is who the Neo guy is. Let's pull up the article. So it was being chatted about months ago about this dude. All right, let's see.
And it was actually one of the first interviews that he did. Like,
Really?
and I can't remember if it was before or after he was hired by the PI. I'm trying not to look for it and find it.
Okay. Okay, this one's from TMZ, I believe. Has information in it. Okay. Oh, there crazy stuff on screen here. All right. Get my screen up here to share with you guys. Okay, David friend Neo arrested. Failure to appear as a witness is what TMZ's reporting. Rachel says that she remembers it, Butterfly.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to find it.
All right. So they're showing his photo, all smiles in his orange and his mugshot. Look, yes,
Yeah, you
okay.
happy to be there, dude.
So at 3:02, the local journalist. Those are the photographs that we saw earlier that I had loaded up for us that I got off Twitter. So there's those. And then Lauren Conlon had made a post with his arrest information. I viewed it. It's just basic information that was on there. So Neo was at 2:32. He was being transferred to Los Angeles, according to multiple law enforcement sources in Montana. We're told his trek south began immediately after a Friday morning appearance before a judge. So I guess he had his appearance this morning over in Montana. While David remains in the crosshairs of investigators probing the Celeste Rivas murder, one of his friends, a famous streamer, is also in trouble now. David's friend Neo Langston was booked into a Montana jail on Thursday on a warrant, according to online records. A representative for Lewis and Clark County Jail, where Neo is locked up, tells TMZ there was an out of jurisdiction warrant from Los Angeles for failure to appear as a witness. Now, we all know that the grand jury was happening, right? So, did this guy get subpoenaed for the grand jury? He's like, oh, no, no, I'm not doing that. I'm out. Going to Montana. Gonna go ride some buffalo or something. That's interesting. What is that? Go Montana. If I would go visit anywhere in the country, I'll probably go out to Montana just because I want to stand there and look around. Like, oh, this is what it looks like. Cool. All right. That's interesting because we know there's been a grand jury convened since at least November in the Celeste murder case, and multiple witnesses have already testified. Our sources have told us David is likely to be charged with murder. That was a younger Neo, I guess, with shorter hair. Unclear if 23-year-old Neo was being called as a witness in the Rivas case, but his connection to David can't be ignored. It's documented on social media that David and Neo are friends and hang out. We broke the story last month. David's day-to-day manager, Robert Morgenroth, testified for days. Oh, they had the manager on the stand before the grand jury for a couple of days. A TMZ reporter heard Morgenroth tell his lawyer in the courtroom hallway prosecutor Silverman was very pushy as to why he didn't call the police. Well, was he trying to read technique you in there? He was pushy. Why didn't you call the police? I would be kind of pushy too. All right. I'd be the good cop and bad cop all rolled up into one. I'll be nice one
Hmm.
minute. I'll be triggered the next. Mud. Oh, you dude, hold me back. All right. There was also talk in the courtroom hallway. The grand jury could hear more witnesses in 2026. How long do we need to have a grand jury convened? How many witnesses could you possibly have? Are we at trial, a secret trial? I get the reason for a grand jury, but Jesus, it's taken y'all an awful long time to do anything. Hmm. Maybe
Yep.
because the witnesses didn't show up. I don't know. Okay, so you have to wonder, were they, other than some witnesses coming in to testify, um, let's see if I can get this back the way it's got us like tiny. Oh,
I think I found it. Hold on just a second.
I can't. Oh, oh, where did she go? There she goes. There she goes.
I'm here. I'm just give me just a second. I'm looking. I think I found it.
Are you able to pull it up on screen?
I put it on my phone, but I can share it with you.
Where are you going to share it to?
I can either send it to you on your phone or I can put it in Discord.
Um, Send it to the Discord. I'll pull it up on my phone. Is it a video?
Yeah.
I'll do it that way. Then I can save it to my thing and just pull it up and play it. I'm gonna grab some fresh coffee super quick, guys, while she's sending me that, and then we'll take a look at that. I'll be right back. Okay. All right. Oh, yeah. You got property in Montana, Ruth Ann? Nice. Nice. Neon, what we got here is failure to communicate. No, we got here we I got songs for days. What we have here is failure to communicate. We don't need your civil war. Feed the rich while you bury the poor. I could get started. Don't get me started on the guns. Okay, Guns and Roses. All right, shiny things and all. Anyway, we're sitting here chilling, talking about stuff, cases. We were talking about Celeste Rivas. There was a arrest in the investigation in connection. Wait a minute, I said that backwards. There was an arrest by someone who was connected to the investigation, not a suspect that we know of yet. Welcome in, Aries Fire. Welcome in, guys. All right, so did you send that to me? Okay, let me
Mhm.
find what she sent me, guys, and I'll be able to.
I haven't listened to all of it yet, so I'm hoping he says that's who he saw. But
Okay, but he talks about seeing somebody in there.
mhm.
I remember
Yeah.
him talking because we know that was one of my questions when we go to the grand jury, evidence being presented, other than just talking to people, what else did they get presented? Um, like videos, surveillance, right? From even the Tesla itself, and
Mhm.
maybe from data from David and I guess anybody else, Celeste's phone, if whatever. All right, let me get this pulled up here. And this was Steve over on Banfield
Yeah.
or News at the News Nation. Technically, now she's
Mhm.
no longer with News Nation. She Ashley's like, I like to say the F word. Here I come, YouTube. I'm home. Bitches. I'm a F.
Finally.
She's like, fucking, I can say it now. All right, let's take a listen to this. And again, this is Steve Fisher, private investigator, um, appearing on Ashley Banfield's News Nation show.
Put a dead or soon to be dead teenage runaway in the trunk of her boyfriend's Tesla and ditched that Tesla on an upscale street in the Hollywood Hills. And weeks later, that Tesla with the rotting corpse inside was ticketed and towed away. That somebody may or may not have had a hand in the runaway's death, but my money is on yes. And more than a month after this mystery first hit the headlines with the discovery of the decomposing body of Celeste Rivas Hernandez, the name of that somebody is as unknown to us officially as ever, but apparently not to everybody. The identity of the person who abandoned that Tesla, a filthy luxury car owned by the singer David, with David's 14-year-old girlfriend dead inside, is now known to investigators. And tonight, we're learning that both the car and driver were captured on surveillance video the last time that car was apparently driven by anyone.
Oh, well, I remember seeing this one now, Butterfly. It has been a
Mhm.
minute. Well, let's see.
Even better, we've learned the driver was visible enough in that footage to be identified later on. LA police are not talking about this or anything else in the Celeste death investigation.
So if you're Neo and you know you drove that car last, and they got you on the Tesla video, and are you running away to Montana with the horses? He's like, I'm going to live a peaceful life in Montana. Peace out. Video, gotcha.
The bombshell video was unearthed by the private investigator hired by the owner of the house where David lived up until a couple of weeks after Celeste was found dead in his car. And that's not the only piece of evidence that the PI unearthed. That investigator's name is Steve Fisher, and he joins me now live. Steve, welcome back to the...
Okay, I just say it. Now, if you look at the stuff that comes out now, and this is not the first time I've been following the pattern, especially since I deep dove Chelsea Grim. And I deep dove it because of Steve Fisher. I knew where the cigarette butts on the ground were at, where they were looking and searching. I saw the grids, right? He was all in. I was all in. I've always felt he knew a lot more about Chelsea's case than he was willing or could say publicly.
Right.
But if a lot of the times when you see him talking about cases, a lot of the things eventually come out about it and they pan out.
Yeah.
So how much does he actually know that he's, and when you think about that, when Nancy Grace is all like, Steve Fisher, by God, you can't drop me a nugget without giving me the deeds. He's like, calm down. Calm down, Nancy, calm down. Okay.
Right.
Let's let Steve give us the tea way back when. All right.
Program. How certain are you that this video of the car driving away from David's mansion is the last time it drove and ended up at the spot where it was abandoned, likely with that body inside?
I'm certain. Listen, I can't say 100% because there's not a camera trained on that Tesla once it's parked. Continuously that I've seen. I mean, there likely is a camera, but I've seen the car driven to that spot, and with the dates, with the date that it was.
You can see the car being driven to the spot, but once it parks, a camera doesn't see who's getting in and out of it.
I have no idea. I've never.
Hang on, you got to pay attention to what You got to pay attention to what this dude says. That's where you gotta listen.
That spot, and with the dates, with the date that it was, and they left town right after that. I'm certain that is the last time the car was driven. It was put there with her, in the front trunk.
And there's one weird detail about.
I'm certain with the date that it was.
At the spot where it was abandoned, likely with that body inside.
I'm certain. Listen, I can't say 100% because there's not a camera trained on that Tesla once it's parked.
Can't say 100% because once that Tesla's parked, there's not a camera trained on it. But other cameras can see it coming to that spot, like ring cams and such. Okay.
Continuously that I've seen. I mean, there likely is a camera, but I've seen the car driven to that spot, and with the dates, with the date that it was, and they left town right after that. I'm certain that is the last time the car was driven. It was put there with her, in the front trunk.
And there's one weird detail about what you could, well, there's a lot of weird details, and I'm going to get to what you saw through the driver's side window in a second, but there was an air freshener that was found in the car at this point that we see on our screen, where it was abandoned. Was that air freshener also hanging from the rear view mirror when it drove off from David's house?
It wasn't, but the window was half to 3/4 of the way down, which is odd because it was a very short drive, and also at that on that day,
so somebody purchased the air freshener thing and left the window cracked, to ventilate and help the smell.
The very end of July 29th, it was like 78 degrees at the.
Rachel, you caught that. They left town. She says, interesting. Was that
Hmm.
when he fled to Mexico? He pulled a fled cruise and fled to Mexico or New Mexico or no, Montana. That was I'm thinking about another case. I was like, the other cases, that's a what's his name?
Well, I
Shit.
think
Yeah.
D4DV went on tour, and then I remember him saying, I don't know if it was here,
Well,
that
and
he
who
didn't go.
also what dates was that Santa Barbara trip? You know,
Yeah, I don't know. I
what's
have to look
Steve
that up.
referring to? They left town. Was he talking about the tour? Talking about the suspect Neo? He left town, or did the tour Santa Barbara? What are we talking about, Steve?
I think
You got
Santa
it.
Barbara was after this. It was later,
You think it was after?
after this interview. Like that was found later.
Oh, he discovered that trip after this interview.
I think so. Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't remember the dates the trip took
Mm-mm.
place.
Time in the morning or at 77 degrees. And if it was on the street where the house is, so it's shaded by the house. So, if you're going, I don't know why the window would be rolled down unless there's something, offensive there. And then all of a sudden, one of the first things I picked up on when the news first broke about her being found in there, where they were towing the car away from the impound lot to LAPD was why on a $104,000 car is there a Christmas tree air freshener hanging from the from the mirror. It seemed kind of odd to me, but I guess maybe they thought that would help, mask it for when they had to move the car again.
Who's using that kind of cheap air freshener in a Tesla? It's odd.
Yep.
Okay.
If there was that smell at that time, because again, we have no idea when Celeste started decomposing in that trunk. We don't know if she'd been decomposing in the trunk for a long time before it ended up being.
Okay, so he doesn't really say anything about Neo yet, or specifically, or
Right.
we still don't know about the onboard Tesla cameras, right? That's what I know there's street cameras and everybody's got a Ring camera and half of them work, half of them don't, kind of stuff. So they can see this car coming into the neighborhood and headed right to the parking spot. So that tells me that one of the houses right there next to the David's house has a camera that sees it creeping up and it parks, but you can't see it once it parks because there's
Right.
a camera looking at it once it parks. And then kind of like when the Koberger's car passes 1112 and you can't see it anymore because there's no camera. Same thing here. And over there in the Tepe murders, the guy walking down the alley, once a certain point, can't see it no more. So I guess when this car parks, I wonder if the camera if like it was some video, can see it coming down the road. You could hear it park, like hear the door open and hear the door slam and somebody walk away, but you can't see who it is. That's intriguing.
Right.
That would be like, oh, da 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 da. I don't know.
And I don't know anyone who has a Tesla, like what their capabilities are, because I've never
Oh
driven
my
one.
God,
So.
that's been studied 5 ways to Sunday on this internet.
Mm-hmm.
Everybody looking up that make, that model. This is what it's
Yeah.
got. This is what it don't got. This is what I'll know
But
when
we
they get
still don't know what it did on that day.
right. I don't know what that Tesla was doing. It looks pretty beat and banged up. Was there a service required
Right.
for certain things? Right. We know with a lot of cars you got to have the subscription. We went through that whole thing
We
with
had another car to replace it, so he wasn't really using it. So, like you said, we don't know
girl. We went through this
what
whole thing with
features
Brian
were.
Koberger's car.
Yeah.
Everybody, people were calling Hyundai dealerships, and everybody needed to know their onboard capabilities. With a subscription. If Koberger,
Right.
he could have got this and this if this exist. But there was never any search warrants for that. We know it made a big difference in the Alex Murdaugh case, but Alex, he liked to roll with the big dogs. I want everything to work. Everything has to work. Like can brag about it, right? So
Mm-hmm.
everything can track me. But yeah, we don't know what this Tesla was doing, if they had subscriptions turned on for certain things, what it would give you without a subscription. If it's on little onboard security stuff or whatever, the things you pay for a Tesla for. You would
Right.
think it would come with certain things.
Exactly.
I don't know. So if they can't pinpoint that David was the last one in the car, then they can't say he put her body in the car. It's still going to be a matter of how she passed away. Does that
Mm-hmm.
matter? Natural causes, okay, but was it Was it strangulation? That's murder. Even an
Right.
overdose. An overdose can't be proven as a murder. You can
Mhm.
some states you can be charged now with manslaughter and different things. We just had somebody charged recently. Anyway, but you can, but
Well,
overdoses.
she's a minor, so there's that part of it. But
Well,
yeah.
I take that into the account later. Right now, I'm thinking
Mhm.
of how she died,
Right.
because a defense attorney is going to come in with that. Getting into the car, and I'll get there when I get there in the defense attorney's mind. I got to tackle this first, right? And then the next
Yep.
step, and so on. So if you can't say who, you don't know who put her body in the car, you don't know how she died, accidental overdose, or someone killed her, who placed her in the trunk? Neo, David? If it was Neo, Neo could have killed her. You don't think David won't point the finger directly at Neo? You don't
Right.
think Neo's running scared thinking, oh shit, he's going to blame me? Neo. You better turn state's evidence, Bubba. You better tell him all you know. Would you? I mean, think about it. If David's already a big chicken, we know that. We know that. This guy is went
Mhm.
silent, radio silent, right? And I get it. You're being looked at in a way you don't want to be, but damn, it's like he fell off the face of the earth. Um, I don't know. If Neo
Yeah.
unfriended him 3 months ago, is Neo worried because Neo was there when it happened too? I don't know. I don't know. What do y'all think? Y'all think that they are just dragging their feet with this David arrest? What do you think, Butterfly? Because I feel like that's a long damn time
It is.
to be waiting.
Um, they took a long time to arrest him for him not cooperating. 'Cause it was
Well,
what, before Christmas?
I think the grand jury's been convened, so I don't know when he came up on the list to be called to testify and how long ago he actually didn't show up. But so they obviously don't have enough to make an arrest and think it will stick. They would have
Right.
done it. They got to go the grand jury route because you got to have less probable cause for a grand jury 9 times out of 10 to get an indictment to move forward with a trial. But if you've got worries that you won't cut the mustard with a grand jury, you better have worries you may not cut it with a trial. Um, I think it still comes down to how do they prove who did it?
Yeah.
Do you know what I'm saying? That they don't have that kind of proof. So I don't know. It'd be interesting to see what else and who else. The friend group, I guess, testifying about the nature of the relationship between David and Celeste, with the
Yeah.
evidence stacked more toward him, right? People can say, well, he this or he that, or he always had her around. We know that. And um, was he ever controlling in any kind of way? People will be asked those kinds of questions about the nature of their relationship and what they saw. And were
Yeah.
people like, well, I don't know, Neo was there constantly, right? Neo would know everything. Who knows? Who knows?
Yep. And who's going to turn on who, and if they are, and I mean, if he doesn't have any contact with them, or if they figured out a way to talk to
I
each
think
other, who knows?
they probably haven't communicated because they're probably both running scared like little bitches about who's
Right.
going to turn on who. I don't look at either one of these as going to be some stand up guy with a big set. I think
Me either.
they're scared to death of jail, right? They're terrified of jail. It's not a nice place to go for boys like me. So yeah, it's probably going to come. It may come down to that. Would Neo be willing to lay down and take whatever it is for David? Like, I don't know him like that, dude. I don't know if I could go that far. Um, why would he take off to Montana and avoid testifying at a grand jury? Is that for
Right.
his own sake, or would he be doing it because I don't want to go tell the truth about David? I don't think I would be worried about telling the truth for David. I'd be trying to save myself if it was necessary. If it's
Yeah, it's just
necessary.
so sad all the way around. I mean,
It is, because at the end of the day, you're right. There's a little girl, it was in a trunk, and none of them seem to care enough to come out and say until somebody gets caught. And God, we see enough of that lately. Nobody cares to say anything until you get caught, or unless it's about me, and then boom. But that's sad that they didn't do anything ever. even when they all knew she was underage, right? Nobody ever said, dude, you might want to back off this relationship. They probably just ignored it or encouraged it, you know, to be still in the circle. Who knows?
Well, he was getting all the attention from it. I mean, going to what junior high schools, and he's already a grown man. I mean, he's 19 at the time, but still, that's just
Yeah. Well,
why.
the people that knew of his relationship with her, though, that didn't seem to care,
Hmm.
were the people who were hanging on to him because of his little celebrity status,
Yep,
his little Spotify
exactly.
account with all the things. Everything that he benefited from having Celeste in his life was secondary to his David, the famous guy life, right? And a lot of these people are going to absolutely latch on to that. It's Hollyweird. Come on. We already
Yep.
see enough coming out of Hollyweird. This ain't no different. Um, he may be a low tier, not what do they call A+ celebrity or whatever. He might be the bottom of the barrel celebrity, but he's celebrity nonetheless. And they're
Hmm.
yeah, they'll do whatever it takes to stick around that until
Well, it's
it's
because you now have the manager, you know, part of it, not part of it, but he was aware, probably most likely.
yeah.
So
You
they're
know
gonna,
what?
yeah.
But the thing about that is, David was an adult.
Hmm.
The manager's an adult, but apparently all these managers know their clients might be dabbling off into stuff they shouldn't be. We
Hmm.
got Timothy Busfield over here with two major charges, major charges. And people are like, oh, well, even in my comments after our last show, where I was reminded innocent until proven guilty. Yes, we know. But these are not new allegations coming out of a place like Hollywood, right? So people will turn their heads absolutely, especially to the young girl who's just hanging out. That's like, that's normal,
And her
unfortunately.
parents not speaking up for her, advocating for her.
Well, yeah,
It's just sad.
they didn't. We can't forget that part of it either. Her home
Hmm.
life was horrendous. It was horrible. I'm not throwing blame at anybody, but if you look at victimology and you look at all of it, she was ripe for the pickings because nobody seemed to care.
Yeah.
She's a runaway. No, she's not. She's back home. No, she's not. She's arguing with the grown ass neighbors. Oh, she's gone again. We don't know where she's at. Oh, the teacher knew she had a relationship with this weird singer and nobody cared. The people in David's circle, including possibly his management team, nobody cared. Whatever
Hmm.
it takes to keep David happy, because David can give us a little bone. He can give us a little something we don't have, a little, you know, got a little celebrity status going on.
I'm sure he's paying for everything while they're all there, riding his coattails, not
Shit, that's what
caring about
you're,
anything. So.
this dude ain't like for one thing, this guy is not rich to the level of celebrities today, right? Taylor
Hmm.
Swift, Justin Bieber, anybody you can name or think of, Beyonce. No, 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 no. Dude, you were famous on Spotify. I didn't even know who the hell you were, and people like me probably aren't going to know, but
I didn't know
no,
either.
no, 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 no. We got a very low level artist here trying to make his way up the thing, fighting every way to. That's all we got here. A guy starting out with a couple of what I don't even remember how many followers it was on Spotify. But I guess if you're famous on Spotify, damn it, you've made it and you're worldwide. I don't think he was worldwide like that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
It doesn't matter how big or little his celebrity status was to certain people. That is everything. If I stay around this long enough, that's my way in, right? I can
Hmm.
make connections. I need a manager. I need an agent. I need some pictures taken. I need an audition. You gotta you gotta network. So do we
Yep.
just turn our heads because we're networking and we need to get a lead on the next role or whatever? Um, the Neo guy even has an IBMD page or whatever they call it.
The
Um,
IMDb. Was
yeah,
his mom's a producer or something? I believe. I don't know about his dad.
he did like one thing on his page. Mom's a producer, huh?
Hmm.
So, they all want to, get their little celebrity status going on. But David wasn't like this huge mega star. He was a up and coming star, I guess, at
Right.
least. And it's sad that this girl went, she probably thought that was her way out of whatever she thought was bad in her life. Like,
Yeah.
could you imagine if you're going from a home where it's not really cared if you're there or not, and the next thing you know, you're living in a mansion with a guy
Mhm.
who's semi-famous on the Spotify, and he's got some people come to his shows, and they got the TikTok and the the Instagram or
Yeah.
whatever. But I need to keep you a secret, girl. And she's like,
Yep.
okay, because she's just a kid
Mhm.
trying to make her way in the world, and she thought that was her ticket out of there, I guess. And it's sad that it wasn't the case,
Yeah.
that it just turned out the way it did. And they need to be held accountable. It's,
Hopefully now that they have him, they will find out what they need to know.
I guess they
And
don't
she
feel like,
deserves justice.
well, I don't guess they feel like their circumstantial evidence is enough. It's getting harder to prove cases on circumstantial evidence. Defense attorneys can walk in too easily these days and throw reasonable doubt in the mix. And if all
Yeah.
you got is probable cause, maybe not even strong probable cause, if that's all you got, a good defense attorney is going to walk right through that. And I
Yeah.
think prosecutors are aware of that, right? Um, and that's the way it should be, because you can't, shit happens sometimes. Coincidences do happen. People are in the wrong place at the wrong time, and the fingers have been pointed at the wrong people. Do I think they're pointing at the wrong people here? Hell no. It looks like
No.
they got the right trail, just maybe not enough evidence. I don't know.
Yeah. I mean, because she was staying with them. There is evidence of her being there, so it's not like, oh, you're just speculating she was here. No, we have. There's
Oh,
evidence.
oh, she was in his car, man. We
Yeah.
we yeah,
She's
we
on a
were
video with him
that,
that was supposed to have been deleted. You
when she
know.
was in his car. That's huge. It's your
Yeah.
car. Your response. Trust me. If something goes down and my car's involved, they're coming to talk to me. And if I don't have a good enough answer, I feel like I'm going to be responsible because it's my car, right? Um, you find a body in there, and I tell you I hadn't been driving it. By God, I better be able to prove it. It's
Yeah.
all there is to it, and I know that. I'm going to need to call Andrea Burkhart here in just about 5 seconds. I can feel it coming. Can I get her on speed dial?
Right.
Oh man, how much does she charge by the hour? Oh shit! I heard Alan Jackson's pretty fucking expensive.
Mm.
Sorry, I about choked on my own coffee. Yeah, I heard he's really expensive.
Yeah.
I've been listening to some interviews that guy's been doing lately. I listened to a little bit of his interview over on Billy Bush. I was like, damn, okay.
Yeah. I heard a
You
little
got
bit of it too.
game, man. I really like this guy as an attorney. I liked him as a prosecutor. I like Alan's style. Alan ain't playing, but Alan knows, man, if you ain't got money, people, hold on tight. Hold on tight.
Yeah.
And that's sad. And that's sad that it has to be that way when I don't think it should.
Yeah.
Um,
Well,
Go ahead. Y'all go ahead and talk. I'm looking at my notes. Go right ahead. I just kind of came in tonight to chill and chat with everybody. Now I'm feeling better and get these couple. Y'all want to watch McKee's little bit of a hearing? We didn't watch that yet, did we?
no.
We just kind of rolled into talking
The
about it.
blockhead.
We did, yes. You know, people noted, the change in his, what they appear to be a change in his jawline over the years, and of course, aging and
Yeah.
different things. There's been no, well, I don't know if we know, but we haven't heard, like steroids. I heard somebody mention that. I'm like, that doesn't that usually like affect your neck and not really your jawline? Like, I don't know what to make of it. The dude aged a
Mm.
little bit and his face changed. I don't know. It happens to the best of us. So I got whatever. All right, let's pull like he he's just got that strong features. We'll call it that.
Yeah. Real happy. It's really short. Like you pretty much blink
So,
and it's over. That's how
so
short it is.
so short. Yes. Okay. Yeah, Court TV aired it this afternoon. They were waiting. Let me get it to the right spot because it was like on there forever before it started. Um, We can hear Your Honor. They like screamed it out, and it's kind of shitty. He did appear through their
Zoom.
video thing. Yeah, yeah. So it's like that. Okay, and this was on. Here we go. And it's short, guys. So pay attention.
Right.
Thank you.
Don't blink.
That's close enough. We're on the record. Make your appearance. Call your first case, please.
Good afternoon, Your Honor. Stephen Schott, Dan Leonard, and Shayla Faber for the state. First case before the court, State of Ohio versus Michael McKee. It's 26 CR 253. There are 5 counts. 4 counts of aggravated murder, unclassified felonies, and 1 count of aggravated burglary, felony 1. Each of these counts come with a 3 and a 6-year firearm specification.
Thank you. Counsel, please make your appearance.
Thank you, Your Honor. Diane Menashing on behalf of Michael McKee.
Thank you.
Your Honor, with respect to the allegations, we would acknowledge receipt, waive reading, enter not guilty pleas to all counts contained therein. We would also waive bond at this time, although we certainly reserve the right to raise that at a later date. The plea of not guilty form has been executed and signed on behalf of my client. Nothing further.
Thank you, counsel. I've signed the not guilty plea. I'm signing the bond form indicating that bond has been waived. Anything further?
No, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Judge.
Thank you.
Oh, dang.
Next case, please.
Close up.
Okay, and next case, please. So not guilty is what he has pled on all 5 counts, or all the counts. So why not guilty? That's pretty strong. Butterfly, you're muted. Okay, she'll be back. She'll be back.
Yeah.
There she is.
I'm here.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
it is.
That's crazy. I wonder what his defense will be in that. Let me. So I had a little bit about this attorney. Let me see. Da-da-da. Maybe I didn't save that. Let me do it this way. Okay. Yeah, Rachel, that was expected. Well, Florida has the no contest, Idaho has the stand silent, and I don't know what Ohio has as an alternative to not guilty, but he's just like not guilty. So it'd be interesting to see what the defense will be, right, as to how you're not guilty. We had heard that when he was first spoke to by law enforcement, he gave like a alibi, but the alibi that he gave didn't pan out. And then they were able to connect that car to him. So I don't know what alibi he gave at first. Y'all think he was out looking at moon and stars too?
Right?
Like, that might be the going thing anymore. How else you going to explain nobody else seeing you? I was alone.
Yeah.
I was alone stargazing.
But you were here, 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 and here.
Yes. Mother said if I can't sleep, go look at the stars. Count them. Count the stars instead of the sheep. Diane Menashe, or Menashe is the attorney. Okay, this is from the Columbia Dispatch out there. Let me see. Wait a second. Let me get everything set up first. Get out of here and get out of here. Okay.
The article I tried to read from them was behind a paywall, and I'm like, what? Since
Really?
when? Yeah.
Occasionally you'll run across that. A lot of times, so far with the Columbia Dispatch, I haven't. I know when we first the Brian Koberger's case and Ann Taylor attorney were like, "Who's this attorney? Let's go look at this and that." We deep dove his attorney. That's like a lot of
That's
us
the
like.
one I was looking at, but it ended up being behind a paywall. Maybe it wasn't that one exactly.
Maybe sometimes I'll read one and then I'll save it to share with you guys, and when I bring it back up, it'll be behind a paywall. It's sometimes I'll give you a one-off free, and sometimes not. It all depends. Okay.
Yeah.
So a local attorney who has represented other high-profile clients, will now represent Michael McKee, the Chicago doctor accused of killing his ex-wife and her husband in their Wineland Park home. Michael McKee has retained attorney Diane Minaj to represent him. Minaj has been an attorney for 27 years and currently works at her own firm. She has filed her official notice of appearance on January 22nd. I think MB posted that on X today. McKee, 39, is charged with 4 counts of aggravated murder and 1 count of aggravated burglary in connection with the December 30th shooting of his and the deaths of his ex-wife Monique, 39, and her husband Spencer, 37. Now, just like in Idaho, because Koberger entered a home, he was charged with burglary. I'm assuming it's the same type of thing in Ohio. The charges against McKee also include a specification accusing him of using a silencer or noise suppression device in committing the alleged crimes. Who is Diane? All right. Minaj grew up in Seattle, a suburb, before attending Purdue University. Man, Purdue comes up a lot lately, don't it?
Mm-hmm.
That's where she got her undergraduate degree. She got her law degree at Tulane University in New Orleans. Not the Tulane. Oh my God, that brings back the memories of the beach at the Holiday. We were out back at the Holiday Inn drinking beer, and these guys come stumbling up. And one guy says, "Hi." We're like, "Hi." And this girl's like, "Where are you from?" He's like, "I'm from Tulane." And she's like, "I'm from 4 Lane." And we were all just like, what the heck? Yeah. It
What's
was
going
fun.
on?
You had to have been there. We're like, what did she just say? She's like, "I'm from 4 Lane." And we're like, what the? Okay.
You know what Tulane was?
I don't even know. I'm dying laughing. Like, do you know that Tulane is a college in New Orleans, right? That place we go to, the Bourbon Street and party. That place. We're rolling out in the beach sand
That's funny.
at the Holiday Inn. We're all just rolling in the ground, laughing in the sand at this girl. Okay, that guy didn't know what to say. He laughed so hard. Okay, during law school, Minaj coached the Tulane's varsity rowing team. Okay, girl. She competed for 4 years as a rower at Purdue, including invitations to Olympic level camps. She's a strong one. She got some strong arms.
Mm-hmm.
Don't row with her, man. She's ready to go. She moved to Columbus in 1998 to work in the Ohio Public Defender's Death Penalty Unit. Mitigation specialist. That's what I call them. Minaj has defended about 36 people facing the death penalty, including in several high-profile Franklin County cases during her career. She described herself to the Dispatch as being strongly opposed to the death penalty, which inspired a lot of her work on those cases.
So, are they going for the death penalty, maybe, and that's why he picked her, or
I don't know, but her specialty would
could
be.
that be?
My thought went to do defense attorneys who specialize in the death penalty cases, like this lady and Ann Taylor, because Ann Taylor was your death penalty case lawyer in that region of Idaho.
Mm-hmm.
Like, she's the only one. Do they put their personal thoughts about the death penalty? Is that their driving force, or is it the law? Because sometimes if it's led with emotion because I'm against it, we're going to battle it longer and throw everything at the wall to make a change in the law, right? But now I don't know if he's getting the death penalty or not. They haven't yet. Not that we're aware of. He's just been charged with murder.
Right.
A lot of states don't want the fight anymore, to be honest. I feel like it's such a battle anymore.
Mm-hmm.
It's the way you put them to death. It's all the things. It's such a hot button thing anymore. People can't look at it for what it really was and what it was intended for, and they get the conversations derailed, and these attorneys have a field day with it. And I think that's
and
part
they
of
end up pleading.
Yeah, it's just, it looks, everybody, I get why I wanted to see.
It's more used as a tool.
It's exactly.
As opposed to what it's really meant for.
The best example I can give anybody is Stefan Stearns, because I don't think people are super fully aware of what happened. After Gannon Stock was dumped off a bridge in my hometown, we finally passed a law that said, and his autopsy photos were sold behind a Patriot wall. We made a law that you can't do that anymore. You're not getting these kids' autopsy photos, and you're not getting their report. You will get a preliminary report and the cause of death, but you're not getting the details. Madeline Soto benefited from Gannon's law. All right. Now you move into Stefan Stearns. He would have been the first person in the state of Florida to be convicted under our new death penalty law for committing an act of violence that caused death, along with molestation of a child under the age of 13. If that case had went to trial with that weak-ass prosecutor, it was going to go up under appeal, and it would have been fought in the Florida Supreme Court for the next decade. They're primed and ready. We had one case prior to this one. He would have been the first guy. His attorneys were ready to go to the Supreme Court, and the state made a plea with the guy. So the guy took a plea deal and never went to trial. Took him off the table as the first guy. Stefan would have been the first guy, and it would have been a battle. So do we want all that, or do we just want to stick his ass in prison for the
I
rest
want
of
to
his
know,
life?
with a case as big as that, why would you pick? Was she the only option as the prosecutor?
For him?
Yeah.
Well, yeah. I mean, he didn't have no money, so he's getting the state prosecutor
No.
in that case, in that jurisdiction. And I guess that was the best they had. I don't know if she would have gotten better. Would she have gotten better at trial? I don't know. But even if you had the strongest prosecutor in there, right? And absolutely the case was it was a no-win. He was gonna lose. The state of Florida had all the cards in their hand. But to make the death penalty stick, it would have been a long battle. And I don't know that my state thought that was worth it. Let's just go ahead and let him plea out and go send him the rest of his life. Because I promise y'all, he's not living a good life right now in the Florida State Penitentiary 3 hours from me. He's just not. He's getting everything he fucking deserves, and he'll die right there either way. So we're good to go. Is it worth the bat? You know what I mean? So
yeah,
I'm not surprised when states don't go for the death penalty.
Yeah.
And all logic, if you're going to go for the death penalty, you better have all the evidence 1,000 times percent that this dude absolutely deserves this, because you also got the mitigation phase. So there's a whole lot that goes into death penalty cases that people just don't take the time to explore as to really they're going to die either way. Life in prison or without, you know what I'm saying? It's just a matter of
and it still takes years before it even happens.
Yeah, it's just the matter of how it goes. Our moral compass. I take that off the table. I don't care. States are going to decide what they decide. I don't care either way. It's between that person that did the crime and Jesus, not me. And you know what I'm saying? So it's up to each state how they want to handle it. I really don't care. But when it comes to the death penalty cases, they get icky and they take forever, and there all the complications that can come of them because of the country's moral compass comes into play. So that's why I'm just like, whatever. In 2018, she defended Brian Goldsby, the man convicted of killing 21-year-old Ohio State University student Regan Tokes.
I'll be right back.
Did you remember that story? Do you know that case?
No, I said I'll be right back. Sorry.
Oh, okay. Franklin County Common Pleas Court Judge Mark Serrett credited Minshaw's argument to the jury during the death penalty phase at the trial as the sole reason Goldsby received life in prison with no possibility for parole instead of the death sentence. What? They credited her argument to the jury during the penalty phase as the sole reason that the jury ended up giving the guy life instead of the death penalty. Oh, because of her argument. Oh, I'd like to read. I like to hear that argument. I hope you don't waste their efforts. You're standing here alive because of your lawyers, Surratt said. The next year, she represented Quentin Smith, who fatally shot two Westerville police officers in 2018. Minash and her co-counsel were also successful in persuading a jury that Smith's life should be spared, and Smith got a sentence of life in prison with the possibility of parole. Minash also has been involved in other high-profile cases. She was part of the legal team that presented former Mount Carmel Dr. William Hustle, or represented, I'm sorry, former Mount Carmel Dr. William Hustle against more than 24 murder counts. He was acquitted in a 2022 trial. He was charged with like 24
What? And
murders.
acquitted? Wow.
Girl, we got to dig in.
Yes.
What? How did that happen? They all just turned out natural causes?
That
He's a
is
doctor.
crazy.
Is he a doctor?
Technicality? I don't know.
Technicality. Minash worked with Jose Baez on Hustle's case. Oh, Lordy, Casey Anthony's attorney.
Oh,
Oh,
yes.
hell. I got chills. Baez is known for his work defending high-profile clients like Casey Anthony. I'll tell y'all, I say it all the time. The other night I was thinking about this case. And I remember how when I halfway through and I said to my ex-husband, she's going to walk. He's like, no way. We know she did it. We're 2 years of all. We know. We knew everything. I was like, oh, man. I felt it in my gut. I felt so sick. I remember feeling so sick to my stomach going, man, I'm that judge is everything he said I'm taking to heart. We got to base this on the fucking evidence. I can't let my emotions be in here. I can't let this probable cause bullshit be a factor. I got this junk science. I got to base it on. And then his jury at the end, his jury instructions, man, I took that shit to heart. I couldn't sleep for days. I was like, oh man, that case was so hard. But that's a perfect example of probable cause not being enough.
Yeah.
Right? That Casey Anthony's case is the perfect example because they literally only had probable cause. I watched the entire trial. I didn't miss a day. And it was, ugh. But this guy, I think they got a little more on, you know what I'm saying? This Tepe murder investigation. So she may be a good attorney, but I don't know how that's going to help her if the gun is tied to him and the car is tied to him and he's seen right there. We don't know what kind of evidence is recovered in the home,
right,
other than the bullets, spent rounds being connected back to his gun. As far as DNA evidence, you know what I mean? That he may have left behind or took with him, possibly. Menashe also assisted in the defense of the Columbus and Cleveland restaurant owner, Bobby George. And
never heard of that one.
Me neither. What is her reputation as a lawyer? Her reputation is for being relentless and thorough. In legal circles, she is known for a blunt, no-nonsense approach to trial work, while she also is finding ways to lighten the mood when appropriate.
She's a female version of Alan Jackson.
Right. She's I love a good storyteller, and man, Alan he's a good storyteller.
Yep.
You buy what I'm selling. Maybe. Maybe I can.
Well, if you look at her body language, she's very
like,
rigid.
I mean business, right? You're going to pay attention when I talk, and it might matter. Okay.
Those facial expressions she has, woo, thought I was bad.
Girl. Minashi describes her, my mama always said, your face is going to stick like that. I'm like, God, I hope not. God, I hope not, because, woo. Minashi describes her success as a product of mastery of the facts and the law. In quotes, mastery of the facts and the law, and the ability to understand how best to approach each phase of the trial. Oh, if we get to trial, hearing her arguments might be very interesting.
Mhm.
I love a good I I love a good attorney argument. I don't care which side it comes from. A good argument's a good argument, but that doesn't mean I'm buying it. You know what I mean? It
Right.
might have been a good argument, but you didn't dispel what I already think. That kind of thing. I'm still gonna think what I think. You didn't quite get me there, but good argument. Or I could come in and be like, damn, I'm side eyeing the whole case. I'm got to
Yeah.
rethink all of it now. Oh
Yep.
my goodness. Um, Rachel, you think they overcharged Casey? I don't know if they. How could you even prove manslaughter or murder in either degree if you can't prove she actually did anything? You can prove the car had a funky smell. Cindy made that
Right.
well known. There could have been garbage in that trunk. My grandbaby's been missing for days. It smells like a dead body in the trunk. I was there for all of the Casey Anthony drama. I honestly wish I could go back and pull up all the old Nancy Grace episodes from HLN back in the day and watch them now because oh my god, did it get wild. Wild, wild, wild. It was like the wild, wild west. That case and Haley Cummings. Those two are both Florida cases, both out of
Yeah.
Central Florida. Haley's never been found. Um, that case got extremely wild for 2 straight years. Nancy didn't let up. This is like just Casey Anthony days, guys.
Mhm.
I know Nancy from way back then, and I spent 2 years with that lady. We
Yeah.
unpacked all Casey Anthony, all Haley Cummings, all Elizabeth Smart for 9 solid months. It was all there, but yeah, there was a lot. And
Well, speaking of
all
Elizabeth Smart, she has a new. I think there's a new documentary on her on
new
Netflix.
documentary is on Netflix, Butterfly. I don't have Netflix anymore. I actually got rid of Netflix a couple years ago, but I still had it because my kid was watching a series or something, and then one day,
Mhm.
this is like 2 years ago, he's like, "Oh, by the way, mom, we don't need the Netflix anymore. I don't watch that show anymore." I'm like, "You don't watch the Netflix anymore?" He's like, "No, never." I was like, "Well, I'm not paying for it anymore." So I have Hulu and my other shit, but
Yeah.
I gotta get it again, I guess, because I want to watch it because I don't miss. I did see her do a couple of talk shows about
Right.
how it's going to be done and what they're going to talk about, because that's another case that got a lot of coverage in media before social media. Um, and they were out of Salt Lake, and the ward that she lived in was some of the same wards that get talked about in the LDS community,
Mhm.
where the area where the money was. And her family was Mormon. But then so much came out about her family
Right.
because once Elizabeth wasn't found right away, people really began to point fingers at her father.
Yeah.
But because Ed Smart continued to put himself out there in a way not to be like, oh, look at me, it was help me find my daughter. But
Right.
people started growing suspicious, right? And then that was and I remember thinking when that was happening in real time,
Mhm.
it didn't make sense to me. It kind of did, but it didn't. Why were people suddenly looking at this man like he did something?
Right.
Simply because we can't find her yet. Um, how would that have felt if I was that parent? If my child was just gone, and I know I didn't do it, but now people are like, it's been a month. What do you mean she just walked out of your house or whatever? So a lot of
Right.
things. But then it came out eventually. Ed had a secret,
Mhm.
and Ed was a gay man, but he was living a married man's life with five kids they had, um, and he was Mormon. So that's bad, right?
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
bad to get out. And then once that got out, boy, that even heightened. Whoa, things just went into orbit. Then there's the gentleman who's, well, I say a gentleman. He was a predator, and he was
Mhm.
looked at. His backyard was dug up. People in the media really, and I looked at the evidence and really weighed about that guy, and there was no evidence he did anything. And there was
Yeah.
no evidence in his yard. They didn't find anything when they dug the yard up. Nothing tied him to anything. Um, and I guess the pressure never got let up on him, and
Hmm.
he ended up unaliving himself over
Oh
the whole.
my gosh.
Yeah,
That's
and I think they're
horrible.
gonna talk about that in the documentary as well, because I know Elizabeth talked about it briefly on one of the last interviews I watched with her.
Hmm.
They brought him up and talked about that part of it. So there was Elizabeth's case really had a lot of elements that a lot of different cases will have. The wrong guy being pursued or the family being gone after just because, right? Um,
Hmm.
just because we don't know any better or we think there's something gone wrong here because she hadn't been found. And we also have also been jaded, I think, too, because we've seen too many times now it comes out missing child only to find out within 24, 48 hours, well, this parent's now a prime
Yeah.
suspect. And I think a lot of us were like, well, damn, damn, what do we do? One
Yeah.
minute, do we support them and think they couldn't, or do we say we support you, but we're going to take pause? I think that's probably we should all stand with a lot of things right now.
Yeah.
Um, ow, hold on one second, guys. Something, my cat tried to swat at me. Okay, she wanted my attention. Look, last night she did that. I didn't feel good. I was tired. I took cold medicine after the stream. I'm about to doze off, I'm like, "Oh, I'm so cozy, I just want to go to sleep." Here she comes, meowing all loud, trying to get me. Like she takes her paw and she quiet, like it's so quiet. It's in slow motion and quiet, and she just takes.
Oh,
It's like
checking on you.
I'm going to video it because her paw goes in slow motion towards me, but they're all sticking out, all her claws. Like, and she wants to tap me, but it's going to hurt. So I'm like under
Oh.
my covers, like all I just had my eyes showing, like I was just watching her, like I pretended to be
Hmm.
asleep. And finally, she just laid down. I was like, "Oh, thank God!" And I was like, I'm safe from my cat now."
That's
Oh
funny.
yeah. I just went in the mood, girl. It's like, "God, it's time to go to bed." You have to wait till I go to
Right.
bed to want the playtime? No. Go to bed, Miss Thing. Uh,
Go entertain yourself. Leave me alone.
then she likes that toy, but it requires me playing with her with it, and I'm like, "Okay,
Uh,
here we go."
that's what it was.
Yeah, she's supposed to want that toy, so it's all about the toy. Anyway, um, but yeah, so we just got to some case updates tonight and thought we would sit here and chit chat about some things. Mm, I don't know.
Yeah.
Have you seen anything else popping off in the other cases? Haven't seen anything else today. I did
No,
I wasn't on a lot today
me either.
until well, you messaged me about the David arrest connection there. So
Hmm.
that'll be interesting to see if they'll, I guess, can they force him to talk even though he's got a subpoena? Are they gonna be like, well, you didn't show up for court, you got to pay a fine, or are they gonna march him into the grand jury in cuffs and be like, talk? I don't know how
Well,
they.
he has access to mommy. Will probably provide him a good attorney. So
The
probably,
Neo guy.
yeah.
Well, I don't know if his mom's willing to get him an attorney. I mean, or if she has that kind of money. So his mom does what now? She's some kind of. She got some.
Hollywood. Yeah.
What?
I
But
think
what is
she's
she?
the producer.
Like a big
Um,
time producer, or are we talking like? There's a like. There are look. Because
I
here's what
think
I'm going.
producer and then like theater and stuff
Uh,
like that. So I have
yeah,
to
like
pull her
B
up.
Street theater, or are we talking Broadway? You know what I'm saying? There's a difference.
Right. Different levels.
Yeah, this is Hollywood. Everybody's a damn producer. I don't know what kind of
Oh
level
Lord, no, we talking.
I'm saying. I don't know what level she had achieved yet. We're talking Steven Spielberg type, or what are we doing?
Or Grayson.
Rob Reiner shit. Come on. What do you mean she's a producer? Yeah, we don't know, right?
Yeah.
Is she Alan Jackson producer kind of wealthy because she got
Or
if you
Grayson producer.
girl. Oh my goodness. You know what? Oh boy, oh boy, that one. I worry about that one. That Grayson chick.
Mm,
There could be there's something wrong, man. There's something
yeah.
wrong. And when you try to come in hot and say that directly tie autism into violence when a crime occurs, like, girl, that was a lot. Even Dr. John was like, pause. I don't know if I could agree with that. He has, I'm
Mm,
just making up words for him at the moment, but he was thinking in his head, I really can't double down on that, Grayson. I look like an idiot in front of all my friends. or,
did you
or
check his book?
he has to go refer to it first. He's got to go look through his
Yeah.
card catalog and find the one that corresponds to the topic. Did my
Oh my goodness.
wait? So she back up when I was on Jay's listening to Jay's live a few days ago when I was sick. I spent like a couple of days in a sick coma, and the only thing I did like 2 day, one day, and then the next day Jay did a separate show. So she did a show where they reviewed the Patreon live, and I guess it was the last live they did. And Grayson really showed me that how much she wants to be Lauren, in my opinion. She showed me how much she wants to be one of the stars of the show because she needed to bring a story out. Not there's nothing wrong with the producer coming in and saying, "Hey, let's cover this. Hey, let's talk about this." She come in hot with Lauren. We need to talk about this. I saw this, and she saw, and she's also not a very good armchair sleuth. The producer, I don't know what producer does. Do you get the thumbnails ready? Do you film the video? Do you do all the
I
crazy
couldn't
editing?
tell you.
All the I'm guessing because I know what it, I'm just being real
Yeah.
sarcastic right now. And you doing all the tedious video editing that Lauren doesn't want to do, and you're making the thumbnails because she don't want to be a part of that shit. You got to hold a fucking art department for that. Um, all these things. What are you doing? Are you digging into the cases and bringing facts to the table, or are you getting your facts from some blabby person on Facebook and running with a whole live show about that?
Yeah.
Anyway, so then she comes in because she's not very good at her armchair detectiveness, um, but she tells us a lot about her personal life and family. And I don't know why people. I mean, we all share. I share things about my kid, and I'll share stories. We all will share things in chat, but this went like deep right into the family, which we've heard Lauren do.
Mhm.
Lauren has went deep into the family drama. Um, she's unpacked her dad's stuff. She's unpacked her brother's death and what they thought of, and just a lot. So then Grayson goes on and does the same thing over there with John. But when she talks about this one particular case that she saw on Facebook, it reminded her of her brother. And
And
then did you watch that?
yeah. Yeah.
So what was your take on that so far to that point?
First of all, I wouldn't be putting my family's stuff out there like that. I mean, that's for him to talk about, I would think.
But she did. Oh, she said it was okay. She talked to him. It's like more.
Mm,
She did though. So what do you think? I'm like, I want to know what everybody thought about it. I'm gonna play some of it here in a minute just because I
it was
want to know.
creepy. I just
Creep.
thought it was creepy. I mean, she's trying. Is she trying to take John's place too and be everything?
I don't think that's what. That wasn't my take. The more I listened to it, she's
It's
looking.
like
Go ahead. I want
confirmation, and
to.
I don't know. It's just weird. It was just weird to me.
She
It's
was looking for confirmation about something, about her brother,
right.
about her own life. Psychoanalyze me, John, without psychoanalyzing me, John. Um, And you can tell when Lauren is sitting there listening to John sometimes, and I kind of made this comment in the chat over at Jay's, and
Is she listening?
yeah, she is listening. She's bored to death by the conversation, and she's
Mm-hmm.
listening to it, and she doesn't buy what he's selling half the time. But then when he talks about psychological of people's psyche, she's recognizing her own shit in some of what is exact.
Projecting.
But yeah, she projects, but I'm saying she recognizes this in herself.
Right.
People think she's not self aware. I think she's absolutely self aware
Yeah.
that she's this way. I think John knows it, but John's going to choose to be the man in the moment and turn a blind eye. But the doctor in him, I think when he's saying it, does he look at her sometimes going, "Are you getting it, honey? Are you getting it, babe?" But then when you bring a producer into the mix, Gray, son, she wants to be like Lauren, but she's not as self aware as Lauren. But she's trying to
Right.
figure out why her brother was violent growing up.
And
And
she brought
that,
up her grandfather as well.
oh yeah. Well, they go back deep. Hey, Ann Taylor
Mm-hmm.
says we got to go back generations. Grayson said it too. Let's go back to this. So the family trauma has been there. So the girl's showing me, because I wondered, is she a certain somebody on the internet starting up a lot of text messages are coming out of the woodwork all of a sudden? Do we got one of these weird things where the girl you think's your best friend's really your worst enemy? I'm taking over your life.
What was
And
that?
I
What
want
was
your
that
husband.
movie from a long time ago? The single white female.
Yeah,
That
I
it
can be
gave
a
me
better
those
wife.
vibes.
I can be a better wife to you and a whole lot better mother because I pay this kid attention.
Yeah.
I don't know. But she was telling me a lot about herself, right? The girl is like, but her brother apparently had autism, and there was apparently um, an incident when they were younger where he was violent or something, got violent with her father. But so she wanted John to kind of like tell her that, yes, the violence is directly tied to autism. And it's like, you better not do that, dude. You better not do it. Don't open that door.
Mm-hmm.
Don't do it. We weren't comfortable when Ann Taylor when it's going to go down that route, and I'm not comfortable if you and Grayson decide to go down that route right now, because
Right.
that's the dangerous parts to me. Okay, we already got Timothy Busfield over here being psychosexual analyzed by yet another psychosexual analytic forensic doctor who just deemed
Mm.
him low risk. The same stuff
Yeah.
John does. So we can talk about Lauren and her weird face and the all that, but the conversations they do have about this kind of stuff and putting that out there to the people, that's a little that's where I get, what are you doing? You know what I mean?
Right. It's
That's
irresponsible.
that's the part that bothers me. It is irresponsible. And it's like we get fingers pointed at us. Y'all are out there being irresponsible. Oh, you're showing the Idaho 4 crime scenes. Yeah, I am, but I'm not pointing out and showing the ones on my screen of the unredacted bodies. We've talked about it, but I haven't shown it to you. But I know where they're at and I've seen them. We do try to do things here, uh, and I think a lot of places do. So the finger, you know what I mean? It's just one of those
Yeah.
icky. That's that icky finger pointing thing. It's like, no, nobody's better than the next person. Um,
Right.
it could all be done better. It's crazy. Um,
Yep.
I'm looking at chat real quick. The call is from in the house. Hey, wait, where did I see that at? What are you talking about, Rachel? Because I just saw something about that. Is that like, what is she talking about?
Yeah. I don't know.
Is it a show though? I just like saw something about the calls from in the house. Carrie's daughter, your daughter's piano teacher, did Broadway. She was an opera singer. Opera singers are amazing. They're just wild to me. I can how do you I pass out? Rot Star, welcome in. If you're still awake, thank you for listening while laying in bed. Oh man, it's a movie. Okay, Rachel, it's a movie. Is that the one that just came out? Like I just saw something about that. The call is from in the house. So when I read that, I was like, wait a minute, Rachel, I just saw that. Maybe it was an ad that I saw for the movie, right? It had
I
to have
haven't
been.
seen it.
Okay, yeah, it had to have been. Yeah, like that. I was watching TV the other night when I was sick, and there's like, I guess it was Hulu, could have been Peacock, probably Hulu, and it was an ad for a scary movie, and like
Mm,
no, girl, I closed my. Back in the day, bring me all the scary movies. Now,
yeah, I don't.
no, 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 no. I was like, no, I'm not even going to look at this damn commercial. I'm closing my eyes,
Right,
pulling the covers up over my head. I don't want to see it. Don't show me what's about to jump out. I've been in true crime too long. There's creepy shit out there in the dark. Don't show me.
right.
Can't take it anymore. All right, guys, it's getting kind of late. It's 10 o'clock on the Central Time, 11 out on the Eastern Time, and everybody else, it is whatever time it is. Are they 2 hours behind me on the West Coast?
Yep.
So they'd be 8 p.m. for the West Coast people.
Hmm.
Oh, they're just getting going. They're like, damn,
I
y'all.
know, right?
Damn, y'all. What are y'all? What? I don't know. We can look at a couple of things. There was something, let me look at my notes real quick. I didn't have anything else. I mean, I got other things we can look at, but I hadn't looked at. Let me look at something really quick, a docket, before we do anything here. I'm probably going to chill and watch a little. I was going to say, I don't watch news. Maybe tomorrow I will see what's going on in the world. I've recently only watched a couple of things just to be in the know a little bit of what's going on in reality out there. Man,
Yeah, I
it's
wasn't on a lot. I just happened to see those few things last
I
few
mean,
days.
yeah, just in general, what goes on in the world itself. I tuned out for so long
Mm, yeah,
on purpose. Um, and
heartbreaking.
no, it's just it's soul crushing.
Yeah,
My soul
yep,
hurts a lot of times. It got so heavy for me at one
yeah,
point. I literally had to tune out the world, all the world troubles, all the everything going on out there, all of it. I couldn't just put
yeah.
nothing to
It's
do with it.
overwhelming, like
And
one thing after another. So,
I didn't
so
think I was gonna get the
much.
truth out of no damn body. So why was I even gonna?
Yeah.
Apparently, everybody says we can't have that. So like, I don't know. When you don't know what, yeah, you know what I'm saying. But when the little bits I've looked at, just getting weather updates and stuff like that, you see the other stuff happening in the world. And it's like, oh man,
Mhm.
no wonder that I don't want to
Yep.
watch stuff. Um,
Right.
okay, let
Yep.
me take a look at this. Ruth Ann, is it 8 o'clock for you? Okay. Aaron Spencer will be appointed a new judge. That's one of the case I haven't watched a lot of. Oh, where is? There it is. I was going to take a look and see if Stacy Wanderer had anything up lately put into the docket on his case in the Idaho. And it looks like the last time anything was filed was, damn, December 18th of 2025. That's it. They're at a
Wow.
standstill. Um, and the last thing was notice of reassignment. Notice of reassignment by the State of Idaho Public Defender comes now to say to Idaho Public Defender's Office uh, hereby provides notice that Anthony Geddes, lead counsel, and co-counsel Abby Broyles have been reassigned to represent the above named defendant in the above entitled matter. So I guess he got some new attorneys entered,
Hmm.
public defenders, because he don't have no
Yeah.
money. We know that. And there were some orders issue or order request put in December as well by KTVB and KIVI, of course, to be able to broadcast um, his hearings and his trial. And we should be allowed to, because we were able to do all that with Brian Koberger's case, right?
Yep.
We were able to watch all the hearings, and of course we were set to go to trial, but we all know what happened there with that.
I think the only other thing that I saw from Brian Enton was him and Maureen. I forget which case they were discussing.
Were they
They were
just
on recently.
were they talking about Reiner's case again?
Mm,
Or hang on, I know what you're talking about because I just watched it too. I love listening to her talk.
yeah.
It's so much more informative and easier to follow than our other that other
Yeah.
the Timu FBI agent, the junior.
There you go.
I don't know. I don't know. Don't know. Let's see. It was. Let me look at the one it was. 2 days ago. Is he childlike in jail? Was it that one?
It may have been.
Let me see if she's on here. Oh yeah. I'm gonna watch it.
Yeah.
Okay. Let me get past his little intros. Okay, so he does speak a little bit about the conservatorship that Nick was under, right? Because we heard that he had been under a conservatorship for a little while, and then it was removed at some point, because it's still going to come into play here. Now, I was kind of really critical of the whole mental health part of it, and I really wanted to go take a look hard at the drug addiction part of it, because I feel like not only did a mental health system obviously fail this man, but apparently so did the drug rehabilitation system. 14 years old with an intervention, come on. Cannot tell me drug addiction wasn't a part of this. But I'm also
Right.
not going to say mental health wasn't a part of this. But as we found out more about this medication switch up stuff, so it's been reported that the medication was working, that they had him on after the newer diagnosis with the schizophrenia stuff, that it was working allegedly. And then he had some weight gain, didn't like it, approached the doctors, and they're like, well, let's change up the meds. So they start doing that. Then there's been reports that even the family, mom and dad, we see a change in Nick. Nick's not acting right. Nick is becoming this. Now we're all worried about Nick. So if Nick was that unstable and everybody knew it, the immediate people, the caregivers, and I guess the doctors, why wasn't he like in-house for stabilization until we get these meds stabilized on the right dose? And did that trigger something, right? So if it
Right.
triggered an emotional, a mental health reaction because the meds were changed, that could have also triggered to go use drugs. But then again, were we already using the drugs along with being okay on the meds? Because if the meds are treating the schizophrenia stuff, that's not treating the drug addiction.
Well, my other question is, was he even taking that medication?
The mental health medication?
Yeah.
They said he was up until some point. Okay, that's what the reports are from Brian Enton and TMZ. Everything that I'm pulling from say he was on the meds and they were working. But when he decided that he was gaining the weight, I don't know if he stopped the meds himself.
That's what I mean. Is that
They
even
say
though
that-
they made the change, he could still decide just to not take them?
Well, I don't know if he thought they were working. He just didn't want to gain the weight, and they adjusted the dosage. That's not enough to
And
tell
he-
me that would
And he
that be
still
enough?
was gaining weight. Yeah.
Well, I mean, I'm saying I don't know that he would say, I'm just going to stop them versus, okay, change the dosage. I'll keep taking them. I don't know if he was still
Yeah.
taking them or not. If
Right.
messing with the dosage was enough, right? Messing with a dosage can be enough. They tell you 4 to 6 weeks for any dosage to get into your to get in there and everything start working right. You're going to feel, you could feel this type of way over the next few weeks. So our side effects, right? Until your body
Mhm.
gets used to what's going on here. That's common with mental health medications. So if they adjusted them, let's pretend he never stopped taking them. They adjust his meds. The dosage is different. Therefore, his body is not receiving the same amount of medication anymore. So he's
Right.
going off the hinges.
Mhm.
Family's noticing it. But does that trigger me to go use the drugs if I'm an addict? We're talking about two separate things. Okay.
Yeah.
But if you feel better because you're on your meds and suddenly they're working and you're not having these tendencies from your mental health, whatever your diagnosis is, you're doing great. Is that enough to make your body not crave the drug anymore? Right?
Mhm.
Or do you still need some drug addiction therapy along the way? I think they go hand in hand. So I see where Alan was going to go with part of that, but I still can't take the addiction part off the table. Right?
Right.
I can't blame his addiction on the mental health or the mental health on the addiction. I think they probably go hand in hand from when he was young because it sounds like he probably had some mental health issues as a child.
Right.
Um, if he was having the meltdowns at 9 years old, that is a red flag when you have a 9 year old boy or girl having a full blown meltdown for no real reason. And you in your heart, you know that.
Right.
Don't, they're going to grow out of it.
Mm.
This will
Yeah.
stop. It maybe not if it's that hardcore at 9 years old, right? To where it's this full on
Mhm.
thing and it's a couple hours worth of shit um, until everything calms down. Something was there. We've heard, so that's
Yeah.
where I go with that whole. I feel like that needs to be a conversation at some point. It's
Mhm.
kind of disappointing that Alan did step away from the case, if because apparently that's the way he feels. Because he says he's not guilty of murder, but he didn't say he didn't do it. Like
Right.
something caused him to do what he did. So, yeah. Oh, it's very complex, Rachel. I mean, it's complex because of that component. Period.
Mhm.
People walk into the house and murder people all day long. Well, not all day, but all the time. We hear about it, right?
Yep.
It happens all the time. And always the circumstances will be different. The motive will always be different, similar in some cases. But yeah, it's, I think the complex part is going to be what the defense will do going forward as to why he did what he did. As far, is he going to be, you think he'll plead insanity or whatever? See if you,
Well, how long is it going to take for them to find him competent to stand
oh, I
trial?
have no
Anyway.
idea how it works out in Cali.
Yeah.
I haven't looked to see. You can't be any more than some. We did this with Lori Vallow. We've done it in Florida with a
Mhm.
bunch of cases. You have to go through your evals. I don't know what their process will be. Um, but are we going to claim insanity based on the schizophrenic diagnosis, right? Or did he go crazy like that once he killed his parents and what he did was so bad his own psyche won't let him fully own it? Do you know what I mean?
Yeah.
I
Mhm.
didn't do it. I didn't do that. He's already claiming there's a conspiracy out there to get him, acting childlike in jail. That was what we've been told or have heard on a report, that he was
Yeah.
acting childlike in jail, and that a few weeks ago it was saying that he was saying that like there's a conspiracy to get me. He is aware of what he did, but didn't understand what he did was bad. And then the way they explained that, I think it was somebody I watched, a show I watched. It was like with Lori Vallow, I harm my kids to protect my kids. They were this, that kind of bullshit. Um,
Yeah.
like I had to protect my mom and dad from the demon in the corner, and I was bullshit, bullshit. So you can only sell that to me so far. Don't cross the line with it, or you're gonna lose me, kind of thing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
All right, let me get the screen up and we'll share this video and we'll start.
Forrest had a comment there.
Let's see. Let me pull this up and I'll take a look down there and see what he's got to say. Yeah, I agree with that, Forrest. A lot of the medications will cause the weight gain, but sometimes my vanity may have to go to the wayside as long as I'm healthy. If I'm feeling better mentally, if I put on some pounds, if that's my only side effect, then that's okay. With me personally, that would be me. Maybe I need to get up and exercise, whatever. I'll do whatever it takes, but I won't stop a medication simply for weight gain. And a lot of medications out there will cause a dry mouth. And I know when my aunt was very, very, very sick, one of her meds did that, and I went and got her this over-the-counter biotin solution. Coat your, and my sister's like, "What are you doing?" I'm like, "No, this stuff works. It's to coat your mouth because a lot of these meds will dry out." I've been a caregiver for too long, but you're right, Forrest. There's a lot of, and that's a lot of. Those are just the mild side effects, Forrest. Right? The weight gain would be considered a mild side effect, not a change in sleep pattern. The crazy unaliving thoughts they say can come with some of these meds, things like that would be more considered more serious and more of a reason to change the meds versus the weight gain. And I also heard Dr. Drew talk about the new thing they're doing out here in California, obviously, is when they're treating the patients with these type of meds, also to include that, what do they call that? The GL1, whatever that medicine, that injection.
Okay, yeah.
Those injections for the weight gain or whatever,
Mm-hmm.
To incorporate that along with it. So Forrest, I guess if some make you like gain a lot of weight and you can't lose it, that would really be bad for your health. Because if you can't lose all that weight, that's bad. But so yeah, to get that, to couple that with it, as long as it's safe, you know what I mean? To combat the weight gain, because it's always going to be a fine line, I think, of where that balance would be outweighs what, it's like pick your poison almost.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's so many side effects. That's the crazy part about these medications. If you go to start to read the side effects list, you'll be there
And
for a
you're taking
while.
medications to
Girl,
combat the side effects. So by the
exactly.
time you're done, you're taking so many medications.
It took me an hour to read the side effects. Now I got to go buy 5
Yes.
things to help combat the side effects I'm about to start having. And you're like, holy shit, just
Yep.
give it all up and go medicinal. Fuck. If that would only work in every case, right? All right.
Yep.
I'm going to start this up. And while it's starting, I'm going to go grab a Coke. I'll be right back, guys. And he's going to go into things.
So I'm going to get the latest on Nick Reiner's condition in jail, and there's some new information coming out about that in a second. But first, I want to start with what we're learning about this conservatorship that Nick Reiner was reportedly under back in 2020. New details about the conservatorship are now coming out. Reiner, of course, is accused of murdering his parents, Rob and Michelle Reiner. It was just a brutal, brutal murder in their home. He's accused of stabbing his parents to death. But back to this mental health conservatorship, it reportedly lasted a year. Again, started back in 2020. The New York Times reports it is what's known as an LPS conservatorship, which is based on a 1967 law, and it established a new process for involuntary psychiatric treatment in California. And it's somewhat different from, I've been doing some research today, it's somewhat different from other conservatorships that we've heard of, like the one that Britney Spears had. That was mainly just to control her finances for the most part. LPS conservatorships usually start with an involuntary psychiatric hospitalization, which seems to make sense when you look into Nick Reiner's past. It lets a professional conservator, someone close to the patient, like a family member or someone that the family appoints, make important decisions about medical treatment and also medications. And Reiner's conservatorship reportedly only lasted a year, which is something really interesting that I'm going to dive into later in the episode. it seems like been extended longer, but it only lasted a year. And there's some information coming out about why, which I'll explain in a second. We know that Reiner has had a long history of mental illness. In terms of his situation right now in jail, where he, awaits trial, if he ends up going to trial. According to TMZ, Reiner is in what they're calling a, quote, delirious state since the murders. And they're saying that he's appearing almost childlike in jail. TMZ reports that Reiner can't process the consequences of what he has done, that he can't even understand where he is right now, and is basically out of his head right now.
See, I guess that's where I heard that. So, you think he could be real or it could be an act? I don't know.
The way that they are describing it and they're reporting it has all the markings of what they are calling a meth murder, and that Reiner was likely using meth at the time of the murders, which, if you've been listening to my show, it was last month that I first interviewed Dr. Drew, and that is literally exactly what he told me last month. Early on, he was already suspecting that meth was involved. I want to remind you again, listen to what Dr. Drew told me.
When I heard about it, I said, this has got to be methamphetamine, because methamphetamine causes people to be violent, causes them to pick up sharp objects. You see, are you in Los Angeles very often?
Sometimes, yeah. I live in Florida, but sometimes.
All right. Well, the guys running around our streets with machetes, that's methamphetamine. They all are meth. So it's not at all unusual for somebody on meth to become violent and to pick up a sharp object. Now, when somebody does it against a family member, they are typically in like a fugue state. And my prediction will be he won't remember what happened, and he will not be lying. And whether that fugue was related to his psychotic illness or meth or both, it kind of doesn't matter.
So in terms of Reiner's legal case, his prominent attorney, Alan Jackson, is off the case now, and the reason is not known, though most of the speculation seems to point to the fact that Nick Reiner's siblings may not have wanted to pay Alan Jackson anymore. And I've got some new information about what they may have been paying him, which is coming up a little later in the episode in my interview with Maureen, which you'll hear in a second. But they apparently didn't want to pay for it. At least that's what it appears is happening, because he now has a public defender. It's not like they got him a different lawyer. He now has a public defender representing him. I'm joined now by Maureen O'Connell, a retired FBI agent and host of the podcast Best Case, Worst Case. It's always nice to see you, Maureen. It's always nice to talk to you about these Nick Reiner updates, especially since you're LA and you're sort of in the know on this whole thing. First, I wanted to ask you, there's this new reporting that he is in a delirious state since the murders and appears almost childlike in jail right now and does not understand the consequences of what he's done and can't even really understand where he is right now. Do you buy that?
No, but I'm salty and I don't buy much. And he was probably told from his attorney before Alan Jackson had to pull out that, hey, this is your best defense and you're probably your only defense. I'm sure they discussed a whole bunch of strategies, and it wouldn't be the first time that a criminal has acted like he was, bananas for a long time too, because he knows he's being filmed, not all the time, but to a certain extent. And he knows people are watching him in this situation very carefully. He'd be smart, to pretend like he's completely diminished.
Yeah. Butterfly, we like the salt around here. We like it when she gets salty, but she's not buying it, but I don't know. I gotta see the guy myself, acting out in the jail. They say Rick Allen acted crazy in jail too on video, but was it real?
Well, and there's been reporting too that he was on meth, which you've been saying really since the beginning. And then I interviewed Dr. Drew, who said he thought he was in a meth psychosis. If that's the case, though, and then he was now obviously off the meth because he's in jail, wouldn't he? I would think he would come back to reality by this point.
I would too, but I'm not a medical professional. I would lean on what Dr. Drew said, obviously way more than what I'm saying in that regard. But it's, he's all by himself. He can be his regular self all night long and then sleep till 1 PM and then just act a fool for the rest of the day, or he could have mental illness, or he could have a little bit of mental illness and is really playing it up because he's a drama queen. But we don't know. I'm interested to see what the experts say when they weigh in, and they're going to weigh in on both sides, and we have to understand that what's happening is probably closer to the middle.
You actually saw him though, because you were in court. I mean, I
Yes.
haven't actually been in the courtroom. You have. Hearing these reports now that he has no idea what's going on and is still totally out of it. I mean, how does that, equate with what you saw for yourself?
It doesn't square with what I saw, and I had a pretty clear view of him the entire time, which was strange because when I first sat down, I assumed he'd be closer to the middle of the box, and I couldn't see anything, and so I was like, "This has been I hope this isn't a waste of my time coming down here and waiting all the time beforehand." But once they brought him in, he was just right at the north end of that box, right near the exit door. And I had a clear view all the way to his face for the whole time. As a matter of fact, all the other reporters were asking me, "What do you see? What do you see?" Because I just had this kind of miraculous alley that was just a clear shot. The only thing I saw was when he, that was out of character. He seemed to be paying attention. He seemed to have his mouth a little bit agape, but in a lot of photographs that we've seen, he has his mouth open a lot, like, and so there was a lot of that. And there was only that one time where he turned and looked maniacally at, I think he was looking for someone in his family hoping that they would be in the audience, but in fact they weren't. So other than that, even every time the judge spoke to him or whatever, he was like, "Yes, Your Honor, I understand." I mean, he didn't seem heavily medicated, but I wasn't within 10 feet. So, I couldn't see his pupils or anything.
So we don't know if he was on any medication since they've had him in jail. I would assume yes. Because if you've got a guy this far gone mentally, right?
Mm-hmm.
He's out there, he's in capacity, he can, and he's got all these problems, you would have to get him on some sort of regimen in the jail. Um, we know they didn't waste no time. Well, they sure made sure Rick Allen had plenty of drugs given to him, even if they were involuntary, right? Videos of him doing things. But for her to go, I don't know that Nick Reiner's faking anything in jail. I think that's a very
Right.
hard call to make at this point, to be fair. I've seen Rick Allen come in shackles and dirty and not knowing what's going on. So I can't sit here and go automatically to, "Oh, well, Reiner's pretending, because I'm pretty sure he's pretty far gone. To do what you did to your mom and dad in their house, that, and considering what we do know now, something had to be really not firing right. Something was not right, you know. There's no
Mm-hmm.
excuse for what you did under any circumstances. But I don't know. I don't know that the guy's faking it. I don't know. Do you think he would fake it? What do you guys in chat think?
But he seemed to be with it. He seemed to be coherent. He seemed to understand. I saw the Alan Jackson talk to him about something, and he was nodding in agreement, like, "Okay, whatever you're saying, I understand." And then that's when his new attorney, the public defender, walked up and talked to him for a little bit, and he nodded in agreement. So, he looked like a relatively normal. His responses appeared to be relatively normal, considering the circumstances that we were in. So I don't know.
There are some new reports too that the staff at the medical examiner's office, who obviously see a lot, were even particularly disturbed by the condition of Rob and Michelle, which, I don't want to get too gruesome, and you and I have talked about it before, but it must have really been a bad scene.
It had to be a bad scene because since we last spoke, and I know I may have mentioned it before, but more and more, I really believe they were both wide awake when this thing happened.
Yeah, Chester, they got a lot more evidence, I guess, in this case than we'll ever have in Rick Allen's case. We don't have, well, we know what we got over there, and it's not enough, is it? Not nearly enough. So there we go again with weak probable cause, right? We were talking about that earlier, probable cause in cases. There's another perfect example, but then look at the difference. So Casey Anthony's case, not guilty on a probable cause case that the state failed to prove. Rick Allen, probable cause case, guilty on a make believe trial. What the hell just happened?
I think that when he came into the room, it was like a startling event. I don't know if he jumped on his dad over the covers to straddle him or what. Because as a human, when we're going against two people, like if you're getting into a fight,
Jumping, wait. Okay, so she said as if he jumped over. So was Rob Reiner in his bed? If Nick jumped up on the bed and straddled him, I was talking about that in the Koberger case theory when we were
Right, I was just thinking that too.
at the crime scene. That's kind of like full on intent. That's not in the kitchen having an argument. Oh, I'm just gonna do this to you now. That's like I'm
Right.
gonna creep into your bedroom, jump on top of you in your bed, and do that. That's full on intent, not
Hmm.
self defense in the heat of the moment. Mickey Stein's kind of I lost my mind in the moment shit, right? We got that going on over in Kentucky. I temporarily lost it for a moment because of this. Yeah, that's different. Sneaking into your mom and daddy's bedroom and doing that, even if you didn't straddle them, just sneaking into their room while they're sleeping to do it was bad enough. Oh,
Yep.
goodness, Lord.
you need to incapacitate at least one of them relatively quickly.
I mean, I could have seen them in the kitchen maybe or the living room. We just got from the party. There was this fight at the party. It was embarrassing. You did this. You did that. You need to go to your guest house. How dare you? Things could have got heated and a fight happened. I could see
Yep.
that. But damn, going in that's next level.
Agree,
Lord.
Hawkeyes.
He's still yeah, I get it. Knows you can look. Ain't nobody's. There's never a good idea, right, to mix your medications with alcohol or drugs.
Yep.
Period.
And he would have knowingly,
Period.
intentionally
He
took
did
those
all.
meds or he took that drugs.
Well, this guy's battled addiction. We can't pretend he didn't. His
Hmm.
his whole life, apparently. Because if you're intervened at 14, you already had a problem, and apparently the problem was he liked the pills. Him and his buddy got caught with pills, and that's how the parents got turned on to the fact that he was doing things, and it started that way. So, you're not supposed to do all that, but there's a lot of people who do, unfortunately. And is that alone enough to cause? You got to think about it this way: not everybody on these mental health drugs for this who have to go through legit medication adjustments aren't triggered enough to go kill someone.
Right.
People who may be also self-medicating with whatever their vice be, choice be of street stuff, that don't mean they're going to go out and unalive somebody, right?
Right.
It's
Hmm.
still an individual thing and something in that person.
Right.
Because I can't say, well, everybody who's on drugs or everybody who's on these mental health medications who partake in this, you're all going to do this. There'd be a lot of dead folks out there. Oh,
And so my thought process is it's going to be the dad, because we have all these people saying that his dad would restrain him when he would lose his mind or act up or whatever he was doing, just try to restrain him. And so that would be the first person that I would try to, and I hate to use the word neutralize, but in his mind, that's what he's thinking. So if your parents are under the covers, and you jump on one of them, if you've ever had an older sibling tickle you or anything and you're under the covers and they get on top, you're done. You just, you can't move. You can't move your arms. You can't move anything. But at that same point, you would then wake up your mom or whoever, if it happened in the reverse.
you know what? Also, if you're straddling your victim like that, and if it's cold outside, say like November 13th, and your arms are under your blanket, you're snuggled up, sleeping.
Hmm.
Someone's over you, and their knees are bearing down because they're straddling you. That cover is being forced down. You're trapped under that blanket completely.
Yep.
You can't fight back, even with your arms. Jesus, unless you can get one loose.
Verse, which I wouldn't suspect. So my thought is more and more and more, they were both awake. They were both witnessing what was happening, not only at the hands of their son, but to the person they loved, because those two just loved each other. It was,
I don't know that they were in that bed. I just don't know. We haven't seen that anywhere yet. Have y'all? Where they were found, kitchen versus a bedroom, because that is important as far as what happened, um, versus him just going into the room while they're sleeping. Because I think, and I see this. So Chester, you're wondering if they, or so, was it you who asked, did he have a key? Maybe. Who's to say that they didn't let him have complete access to the home?
Yeah.
Keypads, did they, do all the kids, all of their children know the codes? He lived right out back in the guest house, so he probably had his way of getting in and out of that house. He's probably always had his way of getting in and out of that house, of truth be known, over the years, to get what you need out of daddy's room, or hey, mom and dad are at dinner, I can sneak in and get me a couple $100. I know dad's got some stash here or yonder or whatever.
And it's the same history he's always had. So
Yeah.
there was nothing like, oh, they made him leave the property and he came in anyway, but there's nothing to indicate that.
No, he
They
was still
probably would, like you said, would have let him in.
he was still technically living at the guest house as far as we know. And I don't know that, because if you're Robin Michelle, even if you realize there's a change in him with the medication change allegedly, um, do you still think it's going to rise to the level where he's going to kill me?
Right.
Do you start locking him out of the house now, or does he always have access? So there's not even, you know what I'm saying? So
And
I
has
don't.
he ever threatened to kill them, like to their
Right,
face?
right, to their face. Um, right. Maybe they didn't think he could ever do something like
Mm-hmm.
that. So I don't know that they. I think he had complete access to that house. Unfortunately, do I think they were complacent? A little bit. I think they were at their wits' end. These people, I think they're going to be a classic case of two parents with a ton of money who tried everything that money could possibly buy to help this kid. And the thousands of dollars spent, like Alan Jackson would have pointed out, on mental health therapies that were a complete failure. That's where you can't just walk into court and say, I got mental health, I'm pleading insanity. Alan Jackson was about to come in hot and take down the whole entire industry. We paid thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars for doctors who continuously misdiagnose this man. And now you're changing and adjusting meds and doing that. He's got to have a defense. He's got to back up what he's saying. You can't come out and then do a sidewalk stance and say, put that in writing, and not mean it, right? You got to have an argument. Um, Otherwise, you're blowing smoke up our ass, and we're going to call you out on it. So, so yeah, he was about to go out there and say. And then if you also think, they also spent thousands on the rehab facilities that continued to fail. And then of course you
Mm-hmm.
have to examine that tough love part. Do you do the tough love? I think they tried that method as well. That was such a
That's
thing.
when he was homeless for a little bit.
Yeah, because that was such a thing in Hollywood for a while. Carol O'Connor, Archie Bunker brought all that to the forefront when his son died. He's like, I was told to do this and to do this and to do this by these high dollar therapists, and none of it was working. Then I was told to do tough love. This is the new thing. It is the only way. As soon as he did tough love and cut his son off, his son unalived himself, and he blamed himself at that point. See? And he came out and he talked about all of it. I watched it. And that was years ago. And now here we are again with the same type of subject. So all of that was about, I don't know if the court appointed attorneys are going to have the means that Alan Jackson would have had to really take that all the way.
I
You
think
know
so too, Forrest.
what I really is forced comment. I really think what happened at the party sent him into escalation. I can agree with that as well. And he came home and brooded for a while and went on the attack. I think that you probably nailed it. Like I feel like once they got back home, did they continue to have did it go back into a fight again, right? Because whatever happened at that party triggered something. And then maybe when they got back, the parents like, look, we're fed up with you. Tonight was the last straw. That was enough. That was too much. And then, yeah, it escalated. I can agree with that. Chester, you wish Alan Jackson would have taken Rick's case. That would have been a beautiful thing to see, wouldn't it? Where could we have ended up with an attorney like Alan Jackson on that case? Think about that. Ugh.
Obvious that Rob Reiner and his wife Michelle loved each other, and I mean, when you just imagine that scene, it would make sense to me that it was a gnarly, gnarly crime scene.
If he started by attacking his dad and stabbing his dad, why do you think Michelle couldn't get away or run down to the phone? Or do you think she was just trying to stop him? Or
Yeah, it's instinctive for her to stop him. It's also instinctive for her to help her husband. I mean, you can't, in a situation like that, Brian, obviously time is of the essence, and you understand very clearly that it's not going to take too many strikes for him to end Rob's life.
yeah, gosh, I hate like where my mind goes. Even it's terrible to think about the two of them in bed and the way you described. It's really a good description though, being under the covers. I never thought about that. You really can't, like if someone's on top of you, it is like a straitjacket almost.
And even if they weren't in the bed, like you describe, if he's attacking his dad, she's screaming, "Stop it!" And then there, boom, then she's attacked. Right? Was there
Yeah.
no time to run to the phone and call 911? You're screaming at your kid to stop it. And, oh Lord,
Yeah.
like she just escape. It wasn't like an escape moment, right? Oh
Mm-hmm.
goodness.
Yeah. And the only times I've ever had that happen to me, I have a great big family, and your sister jumps on you to scare you and tickle you and everything, and you just can't move. And if you're ticklish, you just have to lay there and laugh until it's over because you cannot defend yourself, you cannot move. But first we talked about approaching, like if you were going to do the sneak up version of it, then I felt at that point, if that's what the situation was, that one would have to pull the cover down or the sheets down a little bit. But I don't know. I mean, I'm telling you, the blood pattern analysis and the blood spatter, the wounding, the ME is going to be able to tell a very, very distinctive story about what happened to whom, when, which happened first,
Weren't you telling me, I think this was just when we were chatting on the phone, not on a podcast, about, because you used to do this, that you can get fingerprints off of skin? Is that true?
I was certified to lift fingerprints off human skin. It's very difficult. It's very tedious. I haven't really heard a lot about that at all I haven't heard about it at all. But we did study this, the FBI year.
Oh, was it determined junk science? Ay, ay, ay. Fingerprints, fingerprints off the skin. Now, if they left if you had like a black oil, blood on your fingerprints, even or fingers, and you grab your victim and you leave a good impression, that's one thing. But to lift a latent print off of a body, where would you start? I guess if your victim had strangulation marks, maybe. If you could look for a print, I don't know. Oh, let's see what she got to say. I
Mm-hmm.
don't remember. Let's see. It's been a couple of days. I was in a medication-induced coma when I was watching this the other day.
Team in Los Angeles, we studied it. To me, it was just fascinating. There are just a number of steps you have to take before you can even attempt to try to lift fingerprints off of the human body. But the interesting part is you have to have some sort of idea as to what happened, because you're not going to put fingerprint powder all over the entire body. That's ridiculous. You're going to do what the ME generally does in, let's say, a child who's suspected of being abused and is now deceased. the ME will, as a general practice, turn on a black light. And what the black light does to a human body is it'll show areas where where a black and blue mark would produce itself if the person still lived. So there's an old saying in forensics that dead bodies don't bleed, and part of what a black and blue mark is internal bleeding to a certain extent. So broken capillaries, stuff like that. So when you squeeze someone really hard enough to hold them down, you're going to be able to see what would have turned into a black and blue mark.
So you would be able to see where they're like a thumb basically would have been pressing down on the victim to hold them down, and then that could be possibly the area you go to see if you could lift a print from, right?
Yeah.
Is that how I'm picking it up? Okay.
You'll see it before it even emerges to the surface of the skin. So when you're trying to lift fingerprints off human skin, you're going to bring the body to room temperature. Then you're going to turn the black light on, or you can turn the black light on, I guess, while you're waiting. But turn the black light on to see if there's any areas where it appears there was a handprint, or if you know the scenario under which this person died, you may be able to try to figure out where this person may have touched the body. And then you use extensive oblique lighting. You can use the black light first, and then you use oblique lighting, which means like oh yeah, here's a flashlight, which means like sideways, instead of looking at carpet like this, you're down on the ground on the carpet looking at the surface of the fibers to just see everything. And with fingerprints, you're going to be looking every which way you can with the flashlights. I just lifted some fingerprints the other day for a client because I have a business where security consulting business, and we do all kinds of different things for clients, and she wanted this car fingerprinted. So I did, and it was the lighting that was able to, because the lighting will catch the side of the ridges, and then you have a better understanding as to how to approach it. The development of a fingerprint in any way, shape, or form is a very slow process. It's not where you're dipping your brush into dark black powder and twirling it around like you see on TV. That would fill in the ridges too much, and it could overfill, and then it's much harder to see the ridge detail. I always do it very slowly and very meticulously.
Because if you don't get that ridge detail to pop out, you're not going to get anything but
Right.
a partial print at best. That's crazy to try to lift prints from a body. I was looking at Rachel and Forrest's chat there. Do we think, I don't know that just being not given the money was enough to trigger him to do what he did. If that's what made him mad at all. I mean, I think that's probably made him mad. Parents have been cut me off financially all the way around. They're not giving me this money. I want to back this movie. I can't get a comeback. Without this movie, I won't have any income. Blah, 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 blah. We got David Beckham's son out here running around screaming about my mommy's mean to my new wife. Put it all out there on the social medias. So these people, they're all weird to me to begin with. Is that enough? Probably. In a lot of circles, that would be absolutely enough. That money talks and the bullshit walks. But I don't know if that was enough. Being weird at the party in front of all the friends and acting strange and probably asking, "Are you famous? Can I have some money? You want to back my movie?" All of it accumulates, right? All of it comes together, in my opinion. I don't think there was one that stood out. What do you think? You think he would have got mad enough over this movie thing where they're like, "We're not giving you the money," so he's asking people at the party? If we've heard, we really don't know what all he was saying to people at the party, except we've heard stuff, you know what I mean?
Right.
But I don't know if that's enough. I don't know. How long had that been going on, guys? When did they turn it down for the movie money? How long before this took place did that even occur? Do we even know that? That's what I don't know. I think it was an accumulation. I think once they got back home and tried to probably have a conversation with him or him with them about whatever happened at the party, that's what got heated right there. It wasn't so much about the party fight, but it's the fallout from what you did at the party, right? To us, how it makes us feel, and that's not going to happen again. And I think that was the trigger alone. I don't know. It could be. He might have been just completely mad about the money movie, and because he sees nothing but that.
Right.
Right. So he could absolutely be mad about all that. But I think the parents weren't even thinking about money movie. You know what I'm saying? I don't think to them it was like a whole lot. It might have been a bit more than that. They're ready to go deep and like, dude, well, this is enough. He's like, but I want my money from my movie. Okay, Mr. Schizo.
And
That
so
was a whole.
I've, as I said, I've been
What? I'm like,
Go ahead.
I'm not making fun of somebody's mental health diagnosis, but damn, you can't be that. You cannot be lucid enough, and I guess your medication's working while you're ready to write your movie and get it under production. Now you got to go out and get the money. I
Did the
guess
other kids go with him or no?
to the party.
Did their other kids go with them,
I
or
mean,
was
it's
it
reported
just
now
him?
that the daughter went,
Okay.
so she absolutely knows everything that was going on there too that night.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know that what I still think the party incident, if that was my kid, and this is why I'm thinking the way I'm thinking. If that was my kid and you showed your ass at my friend's house at a party, when we get home, it's gonna go down.
Yeah.
I can't take it. These are two sweet parents who would never raise their voice to their children. Bullshit. You just caused a fucking scene at my friend's house, and we're done. Why is that hard to believe that could have happened in that house? Because I think that absolutely could have happened, and they still didn't think he would do that. Right? He might get in their face and yell back and run back out to his little cottage in the backyard, but it wouldn't have got to that level. So I do think that's what happened. I don't think these were passive parents. We're just going to go home and crawl in the bed and hope it's all better by morning. Somebody was pissed. I think that's what happened.
certified in lifting fingerprints off human skin, but it's a perishable skill. It's been a long time since I've done it, and I don't. It's interesting you say that because I haven't heard of any cases where they do that anymore. So it must not be, the juice may not be worth the squeeze. It's a lot of work.
Interesting. Yeah, I wonder if it would come into play with this case, or if if they can get the fingerprints off the knife and just other parts of the bedroom, if they would even need fingerprints off the skin.
Yeah. It's a roll of the dice. It's not always successful, so it may just not be worth.
Look, if you can find a weapon, they don't have a weapon, but if you got a weapon in there with fingerprints on it that match your suspect, you don't need to lift them off the body. You're probably not going to get good prints off a body. Like even holding something down, I don't know, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Just like she said, the way you haven't heard anything about that in years yet, because y'all couldn't come up with a good enough technique to develop that to the forefront. So it's not even a tool.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all rather go use that IgG. It's better than that weird fingerprint body stuff.
It as a general practice anymore, so they may just do it only for other cases. I don't know.
Have you heard anything new about Alan Jackson? I mean, obviously, when you went to court, that was a big day because it came as a shock to everybody that he was, at least it came as a shock to me, that he was off the case. And you and I had talked about thinking that it was, maybe the siblings, we don't know why for sure, but that maybe.
Chester, you're right. You have to think about the other kids. Y'all think about how we're hearing, like, the family. If Nick's been appointed a public defender, Nick has no access to money. Okay, I don't even want to hear the speculation. No, he could have got a trust fund. He could have got inherited. I don't care. He's got no money. He wouldn't be appointed a public defender if he had access to any private funding. His own little bank account with his little inheritance and his little trust fund money all tucked away safe and sound at Nick's disposal. If it was there, he would use it. But he used it for other things instead. So he didn't get any more. So he had no money. And he's gotten it now. So think about this, though. Your siblings have had to grow up their entire lives putting up with Nick's bullshit. Whether it's mental health or drugs, these are his siblings. That's a different relationship than mama and daddy
Yep.
have with the children. That's a sibling relationship. They are entitled to feel some type of way, however that way may be, right? They could be incredibly mad right now or incredibly empathetic. Probably both. But they're probably tired of it.
Right.
You know, now look what you've done. Could that be, So if they don't want to give Alan any more money, I've heard they give him $4 million for 3 weeks worth of work. Damn is right.
Maybe the siblings didn't want to keep paying.
I need a job, Alan. Feed me some information, baby. I'll put it out here. I'll be the next turtle boy.
The bill. Has anything else bubbled up that you've heard of?
Yes. First of all, it had to be the money, because if it wasn't the money, they would have hired another attorney. And I heard that the family actually paid $4 million to Alan Jackson.
Oh.
And I think
that's where I heard it then, was her. She just said it.
You weren't just hearing things in your...
Right, I didn't dream it. Hold up. That's where I heard it. See, I review too many things. I'm laying in bed on cold medicine and THC gummies. Hold on. It's legal in my state for medicinal purposes, and I use it. So.
Bubbled up that you've heard of?
Yes. First of all, it had to be the money, because if it wasn't the money, they would have hired another attorney. And I heard that the family actually paid $4 million to Alan Jackson.
Okay. Now, we know she don't live far from the scene. She's got a big security firm out there in LA. She's got a lot of high-profile clients. Is this where she talks about recently fingerprinting a car for a client? And I thought, girl, you can't drop that kind of thing nugget.
Right?
Now I need to know more.
Right.
What client, what car, and why?
And why?
And why? Was it Kris Jenner or somebody, Kardashian? What we doing here? David and Celeste thing? What we got going on? Whose car did you fingerprint, ma'am? You can't do that out here on these YouTube streets, Brian.
Right.
Warn your girl.
She said she, so we know it's a woman.
It's a woman, exactly.
Woman client.
A wealthy woman client. Is she Hollywood elite? Is she an actress, producer, writer? Model? Damn, y'all, we got some work to do.
And I think I know I said it to you. I don't know if it was on air or off air, but
she's gonna be like them damn online sleuths. I knew I said too much.
You got work to do, but I'll be damned when I'm gonna be out there with the camera.
She's like that. I saw that Jacob lady sneak over there to Canton and get that one picture that time. That I would not do that.
Yeah,
you wouldn't see me getting my picture.
Nope.
I'm gonna blend in with the neighborhood to get my photo. Bird watching today.
When the first part of his statement was, I just want you to know that from December 14th on, my team and I, and he motioned to his team, have spent every waking hours, sometimes, what did he say? I don't know if it was 18 to 20 hours a day, trying to present or create the best defense possible for Nick. And I just said right there, that's an explanation for why so much money is gone. And whatever, is he a determined person? Yes, he is. Alan Jackson. Is he a good attorney? Yes. Do you get those results without working long hours? No. But $4 million is a lot of money. I don't know if that's. I heard that from someone who I think is reliable, but I don't know that to be.
Her connections, somebody she knows up there in the game told her. She's like, look. It was $4 million. That I was just like, $4 million. Alan got $4 million for 3 weeks worth of work. Alan said, I dropped everything. He said, I got a call. That's what he said in his little press conference out there. I got the call. I'm like, who called you, Alan? Was it one of Rob Reiner's close friends? Billy Crystal?
Family attorney?
Or right? One of the family attorneys that already handles the estate kind of people. Let me call my buddy Alan. Or was it one of Nick's friends even? Right? Nick's got wealthy friends. Come on. He raised in Hollywood. I'm sure there are other wealthy people his age who partake in things also, but may have still access to their money. I don't know.
That they didn't want to give him any.
Somebody gave. Well, so if the family did pay the 4 million, they were on board at first. We have to take that as okay, they're on board at first. But what
Yeah,
cost if the family did pay the 4 million, if that's true, what where was the shift? What changed? Did they not like Alan's line of defense, or did they
did
not
they
agree?
find out something?
Did they not agree with it? Did they find out something different? I mean, what was there different to find out? If they already know our brother's got these mental health issues and this addiction, but are they willing to say that's enough to get him off an insanity? I mean, I don't know what caused their shift. I would probably feel like, yes, my brother's absolutely guilty and he needs to go away for this forever. But I also understand my brother's schizo,
Yeah,
whatever the diagnosis is. It's not schizophrenic, it's schizophrenia. It's another new word. It's another new combined diagnosis thing I've learned. So I don't know the proper word for it, term, I should say. But you know what I mean? I
yeah,
would be willing to say I accept my brother has this condition and I've always known it, but Manny needs to go away for the rest of his life.
hmm,
So would I have a problem with Alan's line of defense then? Probably not. Guilty, yes, but I'm insane. So I don't know
yeah,
what caused the shift there. I don't know what happened.
Be 100% true. It's, undetermined at this point.
It's a good point you make, though, that, they didn't bring in another lawyer. It's now the public defender's office,
Right.
which would indicate that they, for whatever reason, maybe turned on their brother. I mean, maybe they saw the pictures. Who knows?
Right. They have to. Well, I talk a lot about time and the, you know, in any situation, any significant situation in your life, you look at it one way right when it happens, and as time progresses, you see it entirely differently.
So you would think Chester would okay. So if y'all think about security in these multi-million-dollar homes, there's been a lot of celebrities who get their houses broke into lately in California. Like and I think to myself, how? How do you get into these houses? They should be locked up like Fort Knox, right? Cameras everywhere, gated. You're not getting in. Climb the wall all you want, but you're going to be on camera, right? Do they have a security personnel on staff 24/7 around the clock? A personal private individual on their property, walking the perimeter all night. Do they not have that? But are the cameras inside? So go into the Reiner home for a moment. A lot of these homes have cameras inside the house. Are they in the bedrooms? Are they only in the common areas? Would they be in the kitchen? Would they be in the living room? Would there be a security camera in the home that could see the movements? Would it even capture the crime? But I don't know if there was like security. The security, I'm sure, was in place, but to keep the sun out, no. I think he had
yeah,
complete access to the house. So even if they had all the cameras working and on, all the doors locked up tight the way they should be, even with alarms set, I think Nick still knew how to get in there and bypass all of it. The alarm, the codes, whatever. I don't think they felt like he was a threat to that point where we got to lock him out of the house because they might have put him off the entire piece of property. It's okay. Don't come into the main house. Just stay out there in your regular house. Who knows? But I would be interested to know if there was cameras inside the home that see the movements of him in the living room, the kitchen, the Reiners themselves. What does it see? And if it's
yeah,
there but not turned on, what are y'all thinking, Hollywood? Stop being Holly weird. We little old people in regular old houses, we know to protect ourselves. Y'all can't. But then again, this is their child, not the guy off the street who's trying to break in to steal Michelle's Hermes bags and jewels and Rob's Rolexes, right? That's not what happened here.
I mean,
And come on, these security firms like hers and people who install and build these homes, smart houses that can do everything, you better be able to protect my ass at the same time.
Right.
Even look at divorce cases. You see,
I'd be pissed if I had $1 million mansion or $1 million+ whatever these 5, 6, 7, 8, 20, $30 million houses are out there, and somebody could just walk right through my big shiny. But the whole damn house is all glass. First of all, no. Everybody can see me at all times. I'm not down with all that glass, but come on. You're going to let somebody just walk up in your house like that? No.
Rachel has a
women
good
who were
point.
cheated on.
Huh?
So Rachel has a good point.
What's that? What? Which one?
She
I
said,
get.
she said, I get that. Yeah.
Why would you spend generations of money for the same result? They are protecting the family.
What if they consulted their own attorneys, and that's how
There's
it
only two
changes?
ways you can go here with the
Yeah.
defense. Either you plead guilty because you did it, or you go with an insane defense. So I don't. Maybe they talk to another person, right, through a family friend or even somebody who knows the family, another attorney, a defense attorney, that has come in and said, we're not so sure that's the right angle to take. This could be the angle. That can be very confusing to the siblings at that point. So I don't know what the conflict would have been if they're on board with he did it, but we know he's got these problems, right? Because he's still going to go to prison regardless, but maybe not for death penalty. But
Yeah.
what would be the other defense if you don't go with insanity? I didn't do it, or just flat out I did it. Is that what they're wanting? So I don't know
Yeah.
if I don't think it's that complicated as far as that goes, because I don't know if you're mad, like if these siblings are so mad still, and rightfully so, anger, you can sit in anger as the first phase of grief, and you can sit in that anger for as long as it takes. And if you've got this going on, that anger is going to be tenfold. You know what I mean? So if they're sitting in all that anger, are they ready to go in with him all in and pay all these millions to any attorney to come along and fight? They're like, how dare you come off with that cop out? Is it feeling like, you know what I'm saying? That do they feel like that's a cop out? I don't know. It's a hard call as to why they would not back his defense, because there's no other defense other than I did it, or I just know it wasn't me, it was some other guy. I don't know. Y'all all got some good thoughts to think about, right? There's so many different ways it could play out. You believe he planned it, Hawkeyes? Getting the hotel would absolutely kind of lend to that, right? Well, we've heard there was a lot of blood in the hotel. Then we heard there wasn't. I don't know.
I know.
And, he got, I guess everything went in the backpack and carried with him, so he wasn't all bloody headed down to the hotel. You know what I mean? He's changed by then. I don't think there's no doubt in my mind the guy did it. But I'm saying, if you were a defense attorney and you didn't come in with the I'm insane defense, what would your defense be? You only got one option. I did it or I didn't. I guess two. I did it or I didn't do it. If you didn't do it, then you got to have an alibi. You were somewhere else. But if you did do it, why did you do it? Oh, I was insane, or I was pissed. There's a difference, right?
Yeah.
That's the only way I see this case. And then, of course, if you got all that I didn't do it because I'm insane defense, then you got a whole buttload to unpack there.
And they're done and they're getting a divorce and it's over and blah, blah, blah. And then, 4 months later, you run into him and she decided to forgive him and they're back together. And you're just like, wow, how does that happen? It happens. People have a change of heart and it's based on a lot of different things. But in this one, I really think, I know after my mom,
And remember when Alan said he's not guilty of murder, he didn't say he's not guilty of manslaughter or murder in a lesser degree. Was he charged with murder 1 or 2? Um,
I'm not sure. Have to look at the.
Rachel, I don't know how the family money was already protected. Nick didn't have any access to the money. So if Nick went to prison, like they
Well, they
couldn't
didn't
have.
want to spend their money on him then.
I mean, they got more money than God right now. I'm just saying it.
Yeah.
There's no reason to protect the family money. Who's going to sue them? There's no victim's family to civil sue them because they are the victim's family. Nick didn't have any access to all that money, so I don't.
He's being charged with first degree.
The sister apparently knew when she walked in and found her parents that her brother probably fucking did it. I don't think she needed to see a bunch of evidence. I think she instinctively knew her brother did that. She was at the party. She probably rode home with mom and dad and brother. She probably heard the whole entire conversation on the way home. She knows exactly how heated things were. Because not long after the cops get there, she's telling them, my brother did this. She knew when she walked in the door and found them, in my opinion. So I don't know. Well, yeah, look, we know a defense can cost, upward to $10 million. That's like a drop in the bucket for these people. Honestly, come on, that's one kid's inheritance. So I don't think it was like if I thought my sibling was absolutely guilty, but I knew a system failed my sibling at the same time, I might pay for their defense, but I'm still going to watch them go to prison for the rest of their life. I think they're mad. They're like, fuck you, buddy. You made your bed.
We're not enabling you anymore.
Yeah, we're done. We're not. This ain't about protecting the inheritance, protecting the estate. We're done with you. All the money in the world is not going to bring back my mom and dad. How dare you take away my mom and dad? And how dare you think I'm going to pay for you to defend yourself against what you did to them when they tried to help you all those years? See, it's a complicated family thing. And I think we're so willing. We're so willing. A lot of conversations are about the surface stuff, it's the money, the relationships, all those things, but it goes so much deeper in a lot of times.
Because they may not have agreed with their parents about how they handled him. Absolutely.
That's another good point, Butterfly. If the parents were so all in, that's my son, we love him, we're going to keep doing all we can. What if the other siblings were like, you know what, we're done. We've literally had to be putting up with this our entire life for years. And we see it's not getting any better. It's getting worse. So there could have been a conflict there. I don't think that these other 2 siblings or 3 all together had felt some type of way against their parents. But I think you're right. They probably may have had a conflict about how to handle him going forward, maybe. Or a difference of opinion, maybe, on how to do it, even.
Yep.
Welcome in, Michelle. Welcome in. Yeah. Richard Allen told his family to give up. He didn't want his family to lose their money. Well, they didn't have the kind of money that these people have. Kathy and Rick's mom and dad, they didn't have a lot of money. If they did, they would have hired some good attorneys. I'm not saying the ones he had wasn't good. I'm just saying Rick Allen had regular folk money, CVS pharmacy money, not Rob Reiner producer kind of money. There's a big difference. Like, I love it when these defense attorneys on the YouTubes are telling us to lawyer up. Yeah, but are you going to answer when I call? You're going to say, good luck at that public defender's office. Damn it, man.
passed, and it was of natural causes, but very suddenly. Just going back to her house, it was just crazy. She died in her bed, and I went back in her room. And I mean, you want to spend time there, you just ruminate about things, and there's just no way that they're not ruminating it about this stuff. I'm sure Romy's having the most difficult time because she actually saw, what her dad looked like. God love her. So I'm just praying for those other two, those two survivors.
And think about that. The fact that she also saw what he did to her parents, what he's what he's capable of doing, right? Is she just so willing to chalk that up to this latest mental health diagnosis? And I said latest mental health diagnosis. You're going to tell me for 30 years this man was misdiagnosed? Then we got a problem in the healthcare industry because y'all don't know what you're doing, apparently.
Yep.
That took a long time. So I got questions there. So she had to see what he did, and she knows him a whole hell of a lot better than any of us do.
Having children, Nick's brother and sister.
Yeah, and I've seen, I mean, there's some like paparazzi, it's terrible, that have followed them around, and there's been some pictures. I don't know if you've seen them of them like out walking on the beach, and it's just like so low to try to get photos of them right now. I mean, I know that's kind of how it works in LA, but just I don't know.
I haven't seen those.
Bothered me when I saw those. I wanted to ask you also about the conservatorship. There's the reporting out now that Nick was in a conservatorship in 2020. A mental health conservatorship, but then that it only lasted a year and it wasn't extended. What does that mean to you? What do you think?
They didn't want him to get his hands on any money because every time he got his hands on money or a good credit card, because even if you don't give an addict actual cash, if you give them a credit card, they'll be at gas pumps saying, "Hey, I'll fill your tank if you give me $50."
And she ain't wrong. But girl, that's all they need.
Yep.
I can't get cash off of this to go get my fix, but you're going to be at the gas pump, and not an even trade. You give me less than what I'm about to give you. I'll fill your tank for $50. It's going to cost what, $150 to fill this bitch? I got a 4x4 sitting here. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
They have their ways, right? Isn't that crazy? So y'all know, and anybody who's ever dealt with an addict in their life, or anybody a close family member, or a friend, or even yourself, if you know, if you hear things and you listen to the stories, they find their ways to get around everything. It's crazy.
Hey, I'll pay for a hotel room if it's it's a $400 a night hotel room. I'll pay for your hotel room if you give me $200. I mean, this is how they just, it's workaround city, man. They find ways to blow cash because they have to, they're always chasing that high. And so I think that's probably what happened. He just demonstrated yet again that he can't be responsible, and they didn't want him. I don't know what they thought was happening or how much money he was wasting or spending, but
Are you surprised it didn't last longer than?
Oh, thank you, Hawkeyes. What is that with the super chat? I don't even know what they're called. Thank you for that, for supporting us in that way. She came in with a 1999 super chat, I guess it is.
Awesome.
Maybe after years of this, his siblings know it's going one of two ways. They may feel safer. He's gone. Be put in one of two places. They probably do feel safer. Jail or mental institution. They have to be traumatized for years, and this happens. You're exactly. That's a very good point to their own personal safety. And I don't know how it operates in California, but I know here in Florida we have a local case where an individual was found guilty for murdering his mother on Christmas Eve in a very brutal way at her front door. Brandon is sitting in Florida State mental facility. Every 6 months, the victim's sister, who is local, she has to go before a review board. And we have to see every 6 months, now is Brandon okay again? to come back to normal.
Re-traumatized every 6 months,
Exactly.
reminded over and over.
Yes, and her name is Pam, and I will I want to present her case, her story here one night. It's a wild, wild case, but what Pam has to go through every 6 months to see if this boy meets the standard now to be either transferred back to prison, or will it be one of those Morgan situations where he gets to ease back into society? Geyser, remember she went to the from the mental institution to the care facility house or whatever she escaped from with her ankle monitor
Oh,
on.
yes, yes.
Yeah. So,
Yep.
but yeah, every 6 months that she has to go through this, that Pam does for Brandon's case. So I don't know how it works out there, but it would be brutal for a family to have to go through that.
Yep.
And she has to relive what he did to her sister every time they go do this, right?
And it
It's
happens more often than not, and
yeah,
all over the place. It's
it
just
really, really does.
awful.
It's a lot for families to take in. And when you're thrust into this all of a sudden, what's the right decision? It's like, give me a moment, give me some space, let me think. And plus they're grieving, you know.
The
A
emotions
year?
are everywhere.
Yeah. And thank you, Hawkeye.
Yes and no. Yes,
You.
because I think that the evidence will show that he was terrible with money his entire life and has blown a ton of money. And if you have a forensic accountant go over it, it's going to blow everybody's ever loving mind when they see the amounts. But
Could you imagine the amount of money spent on this child alone, not only on his habits that he was spending, couple that with what the parents were spending trying to get him help.
Yep.
Man, I bet it goes into the millions. Wow.
no, because they believe not only in second chances, but in thousands of chances. They wanted, they wanted their kids all to be successful. They really did everything in their power, everything they thought was in Nick's best interest. And so, yes, I could easily see them giving him every chance on earth, which it sounds like they did.
I wonder if this will help if he ends up, which it appears he will be, going after the insanity defense, because they can go back and say he even had this conservatorship.
It's definitely going to help.
Yeah.
Because with that conservatorship, they can put him into rehab. They can make all kinds of decisions for him that he traditionally was always making for himself. And it sounds to me like this was after the making of that movie, Becoming Charlie, because as we all recall, the footage of Rob Reiner talking about his son was, I shouldn't have listened to the experts. I know my son better. I should have just listened to my son. It sounded like
I should have listened to my son. I was listening to all the experts. What was his son trying to tell him that he never could hear?
Right.
Till that, you know what I mean? What was always missing? Was it always, let me go to the doctor, take their advice? Now, like no power in the what? Hold on a minute. Take me a second to read this one. It's a long one. No power in the verse can hold me. Oh, okay. Like that. All that money on rehab stays. A lot of money. And we heard that he talked about Nick himself on a podcast I listened to. He was talking about one of his stints in the rehab out in Maine and how he just wanted to get out and go do his thing again. But he knew if he got out, if he took himself out of the program in Maine, he would be like he was in Texas, homeless. Because he didn't know anybody in Maine, didn't have a house, didn't have nothing. So he quickly realized, if I play the game and pretend I'm okay, they're going to let me out and go back home, and then I can have access to what I like again. And that's exactly what he did. So how many times do you think he did that? And had his parents thinking I'm on the right path again? And how long
And
would
the
it last?
siblings seeing all this.
Right. So you got the addict and the mentally unstable person manipulating you the whole time. And you also got all these experts telling you all these. Then this was a hot mess waiting to happen. I felt like it was just a dumpster fire, that just
Right.
they could not put it out. Wow.
he had a reversal on that position when we get up to the point of conservatorship.
A friend was reported saying about the conservatorship, Nick hated being under someone's thumb. He considered it beneath him. It was a huge blow to his ego and embarrassing. And even discussions about renewed conservatorship were reportedly explosive. Any mention or talks about being placed under another conservatorship would have set Nick off. All hell would have broken loose. So apparently
That's not someone
he
that's
didn't like it.
suffering from mental health. That's a petulant man-child throwing a mantrum, which is
A mantrum.
100.
Fucking A. Sorry, men. There's more women here than not. She said mantrum. Ladies, I got to write it down because we cannot forget it.
There you go. We need to make an emoji out of that mantrum.
Like, oh man, I got something to do now. Lord, if I can remember how to do it, I need one of them producers. I need one of them art department peoples.
That's okay. That's okay. We'll figure it out, Salty.
We'll get
Okay.
we'll get some bells and whistles eventually. Okay.
Step away from the producers.
We don't, right? We don't need producers like that. Oh my God, nightmarish. Never mind. I'm gonna get on a tantrum. Okay, hold on.
is what we've seen over and over with this guy. He's above it. It's embarrassing to him. His own behavior doesn't embarrass him, but this does. This is people that are trying to look out for your best interest and always have looked out for your best interest. And this is how you treat them. You explode at home. You make everyone walk on eggshells. That makes them feel fine. But when someone holds him accountable, even for something as basic as this, he loses his mind.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Long as you just pretend it's all okay, and you just because if you're dealing with somebody, it's like I always said, you can't talk to a drunk, right?
Mm-hmm.
And no shame to the drunk people, but if you're in a bar at a party and you're not intoxicated and the person is, can you talk sense into them? It's like talking to the drunk, you know what I mean? So it's the addicts the same way. When they're high, they're not themselves. They're a shell of that person. And their mind is probably not even close to where your mind is, right? And when you ignore it to keep things from escalating? Or, like she's saying, though, the second you push back and say something, then oh my God, the mantrum comes with it. He want to explode. What do you mean? What are you accusing me of something? Or whatever he might have said.
And then there goes the gaslighting, and it's just a vicious circle.
Right? Could you imagine how that conversation would go with someone like that when they're just going to say whatever they can in that moment to make it better for them, and it's all going to be BS, but it is like a lot of gaslighting starts.
And lets everybody else suffer. Why? Because it's all about him.
Yeah, he considered it beneath him. It was a huge blow to his ego. It's interesting thinking about him having an ego, because they've tried to paint him as just like this weak, he doesn't remember anything that happened.
No, he remembers. He may be in the state that he's in right now because he is remembering what he's doing, and he realizes nobody else is giving a shit about him. Before,
Sorry, I want to interrupt one more time just to say, Hawkeyes, I'm just catching up on the conversation here in the chat. I'm glad you're feeling so much better. That's really good to hear. So I wanted to take note of that. Good to hear.
You have these two powerful parents who can really wield a lot of weight whichever way they turn. Without those two massive pillars in his life, and now his brother and sister pulling out a little bit, he's found himself for the first time ever truly on an island by himself.
Oh, think about that for a moment, right? He's now in the jail. Apparently don't know what's going on, don't know what's happening, but mom and dad ain't there anymore to save him.
See, it's not just the little sister, it's the brother too, and he's older, so he's dealt with it for so much longer.
I have felt like the older brother is he's not happy with his brother. And their older sister Tracy is the one that was adopted by Rob and Penny Marshall. So he has his daughter with Penny Marshall, and then he had the 3 children with Michelle, the oldest
Mhm.
brother, Romy, and then Nick. I think Romy's younger than Nick, but yeah, that dude, he's not in the limelight, right?
Right.
They're not saying anything. But yeah, I don't think either one of those siblings are happy with their brother. Obviously not, but I don't think they're ready to get on board with any kind of defense with him yet. I just feel like that's where the struggle is with them on that level. You know,
Right.
take away the money and the fame, because I have to sit that down for a moment and realize these are individuals. So just pretend they're like me for a minute. How would I feel if my sibling did that to my parents, and I know what I know about my sibling? That's a
Yeah.
hard call. That's easier, for us to outside looking in to say, well, we would do it this way, but we're not his brother or his sister, right?
Mhm.
It's
That have
hard.
lived through that.
Exactly. And how many times did Nick, we heard that there was times at birthday parties where he would have little meltdowns as a child, different things. How many times did what they were doing be affected by Nick's behavior? How many
Yeah.
times did mom's attention get turned away because of
Mhm.
Nick's behavior? Mom's got to go deal with him again, right?
Yep.
All of that is there that we don't.
Resentment builds.
Right. We didn't experience all that the way they did. So they're dealing with emotions we can't even comprehend if we hadn't been
Mhm.
through something like that ourselves.
And he doesn't like what he sees. And who would?
Okay. Well, they always have pretty decent conversations, the two of them, when they get to chatting. I like it when they do, and I'll just like lay in bed and listen to things. I don't really watch a lot of the screen unless they're showing me.
Yeah. Same.
I have to pick it up and like, wait a minute, I missed that because I wasn't looking, like I'm just
Yeah.
laying here wanting to listen. I rest my eyes, like my papa always said. My grandpa would always say, "I'm gonna go rest my eyes, stretch out my legs." But and then when I think my son was like 4 or 5, it was getting ready for bed one night, and he was getting tired. I could tell, and he got up and sort of headed toward his room. I said, "What are you doing, buddy?" He's like, "I'm going to rest my eyes," and I just laughed 'cause I knew where he got that from.
Yeah, my kids would say that all the time, and they'd be asleep. I was just resting my eyes.
Gonna go rest my eyes. I know me from start. I'll tell myself that just rest your eyes. You'll
Yeah.
sleep in a minute. But then I'll
Yeah.
sleep for like 30 minutes and I wake up. I'm like, oh heck, I fell asleep during this thing I was watching.
Right.
And then
Rewind.
I'm,
But I like their common
and then
sense conversations. Pretty
I do
good.
too. I like to listen to the conversations, and I'm still waiting on. I haven't checked, but I want to see if Joe Scott Morgan does an episode on his body bags about the Idaho Ford photos that were dropped. As far as crime scene
Oh yeah.
photos, I haven't
They said
checked.
that.
Usually,
Me either.
he's not like, "Oh, I got to jump on this right away." He'll get to it. He usually does. So I'm interested to see if he does. Do something on that. In case you guys weren't here at the top of the show, we were talking about the crime scene photos again that were dropped in the images that were shared. And you guys will remember we shared this one from Maddie's room. It appears that these could be paw prints from Murphy the dog. Um, so, did he ever go into the bedroom, right? And then again, this guy we talked about at the top of the show earlier has been arrested in connection to the investigation to the Celeste Rivas case. Apparently, he
Well,
was.
if there ends up being any more arrests after this guy, we can probably assume that he's talking.
Well, yeah. If he's forced to testify before the grand jury, what would he tell them? How
Right.
would it lead to the arrest of David? Does he hold the key? What could he tell them? What him just telling them something, is that enough? Is that hearsay? I don't know the laws in California on admissibility of hearsay, or that would be considered direct evidence with he had knowledge, direct knowledge. You know what I mean?
Right. That's what I mean.
Right, with direct knowledge because he was there.
Hmm.
What would he own up to? Why would he bail out on a grand jury subpoena if he didn't have something to hide?
Right.
Or something he didn't want to tell? I wouldn't go down for old David in that fashion. I'd be like,
No.
no, 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 no. I would have told the police what I knew months ago.
Right?
Many months ago. I wouldn't have just unfollowed your ass on the social medias and left town. That was shady, right?
Yep.
Like, dude, you're a Twitch streamer, some kind of popular gamer. Yeah, him. What do you know about Celeste Riva as a child found in a frunk? We got to say it correctly, or the YouTube police will come at us. It's a frunk.
Get it right.
Well, it was that thing in the car,
I don't even know it was called that to begin with. I mean, I don't know.
the
Never
front
had one.
of the car where the engine used to go.
Yep.
Wait, I don't even know anymore. Was it the front, the frunk, right? The front.
Yeah, the front trunk.
Lord, I was
The
raised.
Hawkeyes.
That's where the big old engine went. You got to drop that big block in there and haul ass. That's the kind
Right.
of car I grew up in. My daddy's cars would pin you to the back of the seat. He was a race car driver, so I'm used to that being all engine. Like that, we got a place to put the groceries now. Okay, where's the engine?
Hawkeyes, I saw that about the Twombly.
What
Not
is
till
it?
20. The Kansas moms.
What about the
His
Twombly's?
trial isn't until 2027.
Who what's his name?
Twombly.
Yeah, because he's the only one who hasn't pled out yet.
Hmm.
Yeah, I still follow the updates. Let's see. Rock is here with her RV, and that case makes us sick. Kansas moms unaliving. Now dates to 2027 for the two up. Lord, what
Yep.
what is he holding out for anymore? Right at this point, Hawkeyes, what in the world is he holding out for? So Twombly is one of the people accused in the murders of the Kansas City moms, and everybody else has pled out already, except for Twombly here. He's
There's
like,
always one, right? Or two.
his wife was the other one, and then
Yeah.
because the other two guys, what's his name, pled out last. Hold on, God, it's been a minute to look the case because the Twombly's daughter is the one that turned them in when she saw. Oh Lordy,
The
I don't
Tad
know.
and Cole.
Yeah, Tad. Well, Tad is the one. The other one is. Hold on. True Crime Fangirl Channel. Welcome in. Oh, I know it's corrupt there, Hawkeyes. Look, they were like considered themselves a little Sovern community. What was they, the Misfits? Yeah, there's a lot to unpack with those crazy people and what they did to those two poor women just because Tiffany wanted to have the grandkids. So then that you take into your weird little whatever y'all were doing there, and the people in that town honestly didn't want to speak out against Tiffany. Tiffany Adams was the one who spearheaded the deaths of the women, right? Because that was her
Oh, awful.
grandchildren, and she wanted to keep her grandchildren, and her
But
daughter-in-law
she's
was
not keeping anything now.
no.
You'll never see him now. Pretty
Well,
stupid.
Jillian was assigned as like the go-between, right, for the handoff with the kids. She was
Hmm.
the mother was really getting her kids back. Had they been going to court? We've unpacked a lot of the court documents here, and so they went to go get the kids because it was her time with the kids. And when they
Of
got there,
course.
they were ambushed. Um, so Tiffany was the one, but she had a lot of pull in the community. There was some money, whatever. People didn't want to go against her. So nobody was talking, but everybody kind of knew, whispered, But they got caught,
Hmm.
and actually the Twombly's daughter found information on her mother's phone, according to court documents that I read, and she turned it over to the police. She called the cops. Yeah, my mom and dad were in on this, and that's how it all started to unfold. And they ended up finding the women in the freezer, buried. So I know how all that unfolded. But it's crazy that that's the one holdout left when everybody else is already
Oh,
taken.
wow, Hawkeyes.
Hmm.
The
The
lots of
hospital.
family live right in my town, and I have met Veronica once.
Yeah.
Wow.
Veronica was worked. Man, it's sad because she had to go through so much, right? Hawkeyes to get back to the point to where she was getting the kids back because of what Tiffany was doing on as far as was she being honest with the courts when she would tell what the mother's this, the mother's that. So it was a dog fight it was a custody battle for the kids. And the kid's father, which was Tiffany's son, well, he was in rehab at the time. So he didn't have the kids either. The kids were with Tiffany, but she was about to lose the kids. They were going to go back to their mom, and she knew it. The only way to stop it was to get rid of their mother, and so that's what she did. It's sick. And Jillian was the pastor's wife, a mother herself, and she was just innocently there, appointed to help facilitate the exchange of these children, court appointed to help. And that they were both lost their lives in that manner. And I saw Hawkeyes that they recently did like a memorial along the highway there, or they're going to do one, if I'm not mistaken. I just reviewed that the other day. Along the highway there where the car was found, where they abducted the women at. I think that's the location they're
Right.
going to put a memorial up, if I'm not mistaken, along the highway there. Isn't that what you saw as well?
Yeah.
Okay.
Mhm.
Yeah. Yeah. It was just a sad, sad case all the way around.
Yeah.
I hate that it ended that way for both of them. That it just shows you what people are willing to do to people, like every day. Like I say, I'm not surprised by any of these cases or people's motives. And when that case first happened, like what in the world would prompt somebody to kill two women in the middle of nowhere? Like I lived in
Yeah.
the middle of nowhere. I lived on that same road, basically. You know? There ain't nobody coming out here without intent. All right?
Right.
You're coming out here for a purpose. Um,
I mean, the excuse being the grandchildren, but in the end, you lose your grandchildren because of what you did. So it really wasn't about that. It was about your own selfish
oh yeah,
reasons.
her own selfish reasons. Any of them. They're going to tell you it was for the grandkids, but bottom line, it was for your own selfish reasons. Because do you think you're not going to get caught? I'll kill her, and then I'll get to keep them. Everything's gravy until you get caught, dumbass. But then the kids
Yep.
suffer. Now they don't have you or their mother. So
Exactly.
when you're sitting in jail tonight or in prison tonight, think about how those grandkids don't even have their mother, and
They
not even
won't.
you, and
They
not even
won't.
oh, oh, I think she will. That conscience is going to sneak in there for a little bit until she buries it. I just fucking did that. And now she's not going to think about her. She's not going to be consumed with how they don't have their mother. She's consumed with how they don't have me, right?
Mhm.
They don't have me now. Um,
Exactly.
so, bitch,
Selfish reasons.
oh
Yep.
well, oh well. They're actually now with good family members who can raise
Exactly. Better
them.
off without her.
Exactly. Raise them with a moral compass that we just don't go kill people and bury them underground in freezers. Fucking who does that shit? And that's the kind of people out there raising babies. Hell, we got serial killers raising whole families. BTK
Ridiculous.
and Rex Heuermann. Come on. That's not scary. I don't know what is. We always say
Exactly.
them apples don't fall far from the trees. I mean, come on. Do I not say that when we have a serial killer with a whole ass family? Do I
Mhm.
do I be sensitive now and not say that when I'm over here making fun of other cases going, the apples don't yeah, come on. It makes us wonder um, who's raising the babies out there, and what are they being exposed to while they're being raised?
Yep.
Mm-mm-mm. Could you imagine? It can be a horror show sometimes just growing up with some. I had good parents. I don't know what it's like to have all these beasts with your parents, but I know there's plenty of people that have those problems and they're legitimate. Um, but could you imagine being raised by a serial killer? What that might have been like? Mm, It'd be
There's a
bad
couple of
enough.
people that aren't familiar with the case. So Rachel was asking if we could do a little summary about it.
The Kansas City moms.
Hmm.
Yes, we can do an update show. You know what? Let's do that in the morning at some point. Because I'm gonna come back. I'm just gonna stream this weekend. It's supposed to be cold and stuff. I've heard, so I'm just gonna chill out and stream. But we can do that. We need to. If there's some latest documents and get an update as to what's going on with this other guy and why he won't come. Come forward and plead like everybody else. But yeah, so the
Right.
two Kansas City moms were on their way to pick up Veronica's children. The other lady with her, Jillian, was a court appointed uh, advocate for the children. So they were, anyway, so they're headed over to pick up the kids. And when they get there to meet the kids, um, they were ambushed and kidnapped and killed by the children's grandmother, who had custody of them at the time. She was supposed to go meet the mom and exchange the children for the visit. And they were actively in a court battle for custody of the kids, and it was all headed in Veronica's way, the mother's way. It had been proven that even the grandmother had lied in court documents, right? So she was going to lose the kids, but she didn't want that at all costs. So she murdered, her husband, their best friend, his wife, and another guy. Kidnapped and murdered the two mothers. They tased them, they stabbed them, shot. They did all the things to them. Buried them in a freezer on another man's property. On top of that, used a backhoe, dug a big hole. They told the guy who owned the property they were going to do, what was it, Hawkeyes? They were going to put some debris out there and burn it. I think it was something like that. They get out there and dig this big hole, and they ended up putting the freezer in there, padlock and all. Buried the women. It took them a minute to find the women. Once the Twombly's daughter came forward with what she knew and found, the people, I think Twombly's wife was the first one to crack, if I'm not mistaken. But I got to go revisit the case and really pull all the things up. Oh, just Rock Chalk's got a show coming up, Hawkeyes. I haven't reviewed anything from her channel in a while. Okay, she drove down there and going to do a live from down there. Okay. When is that going to be? Yeah, the women were from Kansas and they crossed over to Oklahoma because that's where Tiffany Adams lived with the children. So it's not that far though, right? It's like a hop, skip, and a jump kind of thing. It's a few hours. I'm not even sure how long it was, but it wasn't that far. But they were going to meet in this rural desk area. And at the last minute, I think they changed the meeting destination, I think, something like that. But anyway, the women are on this 2-lane, seriously country road, and they're ambushed right then and there on that highway.
So sad.
I know. And what did they do to get them to stop? Run them off the road. And I think there was evidence, there was shots, the glass shattered in the car, glasses found at the scene, things like that, but the women were nowhere to be found. And so when you first heard about that case, you're like, who in the hell would do that to two women in the middle of nowhere and kidnap them? That's so random. In a city, kidnap I'm going to steal your car, I'm going to kidnap you, I'm a serial killer, I'm stalking my next victim, whatever. But in the middle of nowhere, just a car to be found and women to be gone. It didn't make any sense as to even what kind of perpetrator would be out there to commit that kind of crime. Especially, we didn't know much about the area. Is it heavily drugs, or what's going on here? Well, we'll have to go over to Rock's channel and check out some of what's the name of her channel, Hawkeyes?
Got it.
All right, Butterfly,
sure.
drop that and link it for you guys. If y'all want to get caught up on the case, go over. Hawkeyes is a friend the channel here, and she's also a friend over there with Rock Chalk's channel. And I know Rock has been doing this case from the beginning. I know that for a fact. So yeah, she probably has some great updates over there, and y'all can go over there and check that out.
I shared the link to her live that
Awesome.
Hawkeye's is talking about.
Yes, it's a Rock Chalk's channel. A Butterfly just dropped it into chat. So you can go over and catch up on the content there and get you guys caught up on the case. Like I said, if there was 5, I think, suspects charged altogether, and 4 have pled out, and then that leaves 1 holdout. So why is he doing that? I couldn't tell you. I do have to go get the updates. Oh, okay, cool. All right. Rock Chalk True Crime. All right, and the link is there for any of you who want to go check out her content and get caught up. Guys, I'm gonna go get something to snack on, get comfy. Yeah, it's different for a Friday night, just casual in here, everybody hanging out and chatting and taking our time.
Been a minute.
I know. I'm glad you came up. I hit her up or was like, "Hey, go live tonight. You gonna come join me?" She's like, "Sure." I was like, "Yay!"
Yeah, me too. I'm glad.
Yeah. So I'm glad you came up. What are you gonna do the rest of the weekend? What's your plans? Anything major?
Depends what the weather does. Probably try and get some errands done in the morning because it's not supposed to hit till tomorrow night, I think, or Sunday morning. So
should be for you because it's gonna move from you toward me, and I got it Sunday night coming in.
I'll try and keep it here, I guess. So
when it gets done in Texas, it'll come my way. Don't send Fled. He's like, "Oh, it's warm in Florida. I'm gonna just go with the front." Dude, you can't just slide around the country following the front. We know what's gonna happen. You're gonna get cold in a minute. Run to the Mexico. To go to Mexico. It's cold. I bet that jet's sitting on the runway ready to go. His wife's like, "We got to take the girls to Mexico."
Just let them go.
Bye.
I don't care.
She's like, "Get out of here. I got my stuff, man.
Leave me alone.
I got my stuff." You got
Unless you're going to come because all our stores are empty.
Bring me some firewood just in case I need extra.
There you go.
Before you leave, sir. You're not going to be at home to use yours.
You can drop it from the plane.
She did not. Fantasy Island. The plane. Oh, God.
Yeah.
If y'all don't know what the hell we're talking about, when Texas got the last time it froze and their grid went down, was he y'all senator? He fled Cruz, fled on the plane and fled Cruz. That's all I know. He fled out of there. Something about some Mexico trip and it's warm. Peace out, people. Lord help us all. Well, you know what we say here in hurricane country. The first 72 are on you.
Yep.
Period. Doesn't matter what the government promised you. It doesn't matter what staging occurred before the storm hit and how quick they can get in. It all depends on your street and how many trees came down on your street as to when I get to you. So be patient. The first 72 are on you.
Well, how the last time we froze here, we got ice. What was it, 21, 22?
Jeez.
It was the whole 2 weeks we're on our own.
Yeah. It was a long time. And
nobody knocked on my door to give me wood or
nothing. Like, what they expect y'all to do for 2 weeks? Run around freezing to death? My Lord, we hope nobody experiences that. And it's not just Texas at risk because we already know their infrastructure is a little damaged, but even the grids, the pressure from just everybody trying to stay warm at the same time, that influx, of electricity being used, could that cause transformers to even the snow, the heaviness of the tree branches and all breaking, causing.
Well, it's not so much snow; it's when it's ice. The ice so heavy that it breaks the trees, and yeah.
breaking the branches that may already be weakened.
Mm-hmm.
The transformers. When I used to
Yep.
live in this one house, God, we lived out there for years. Um, you would hear it all the time, boom, and we would all know. Well, as soon as the boom went, the power would go. We would know each and every time what just happened. A squirrel
Yep.
ran into the transformer. We're like, can y'all just put up a squirrel blocker?
Right.
That was going to cause it every time. So I could imagine the all the heavy branches break. And you know how many times we see people get uh, tree limbs on the cars? Y'all be careful. Don't
Mm-hmm.
drive if y'all don't have to, because I will worry about my friends. I
Yeah,
know.
I'm not going anywhere, but my daughter, she works for a um
Yeah,
like a dog daycare,
uh-huh.
so she has to go, but we're gonna drive her. My husband
Well,
has
you think
driven
about
more
people
than
who
I
do
have,
have to go to
so
work, right? It's easy to say stay at home, but if you are required to go to work, that's the worry. Even with me, my
mm-hmm.
kids like, oh, I have to go to work. And I'm like, yeah, but if it's up to me, you don't, but
Right.
in reality, I know you have to, and you're not used to these conditions. Please be super careful. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
In my opinion, for my kid driving on icy bridges for the first
Yeah, it's
time,
scary.
when they're
Well, she's
young,
never driven on it, so I'm like, no,
right?
we're taking you.
Exactly. When they're young adults like this, they don't have the experience we would have in that type of weather. I took
Right.
everything my dad ever taught me to heart. He would tell me different scenarios as we were driving about what to do and not to do, and those always stuck with me. If you
Mm-hmm.
have a blowout, don't do this. That's the
Right.
kind of things my daddy taught me, right? And thank God he did. So I
Mm-hmm.
know things like I wouldn't want to be in the dark about stuff, like in oblivious to the way the world works. And I get it, not everybody's mechanical, but yeah, it's worrisome when your kids are new to driving and or maybe not experienced this type of weather yet. So
No,
everybody,
nobody here is anyway. I mean, when
no,
it rains, it's
well,
just as bad.
we have a lot of bridges around here. My son would literally have to cross either way he took to work, he's gonna have to cross a bridge. And if it's icy,
Mm-hmm.
that's way different than just driving across the bridge,
Yeah.
right? We get super dense fog here, and when I would take my grandson to school in the mornings, that fog was so dense you could not see just a few feet in front of you. And this
Yeah.
particular two-lane country road, these idiots were notorious for trying to pass other vehicles. You couldn't see them coming at you. There was no way you're going to see them. And I would take my
Well.
time, and so I could get off the road and be defensive if I needed to be. And my grandson
Mm-hmm.
knew I was doing it because I'm like, there's no, you hit my car with my grandbaby in it. We are about to need an ambulance because
Right.
someone's going to need it by the time this is all over. I don't even care.
Right.
I'm going to see, I'm just not even going to explain. You're going down because that's uncalled
Mm-hmm.
for. All you had to do is be careful and stay in your own fucking lane. You just did
Yep.
what? I don't even want to hear
That's
your excuse. I don't tell me you're late for work. You were in my lane and you hit me head on, and my grandbaby's in this car, and that's all I had to hear. So
yep.
it's very scary when those types of conditions are happening and you put a youngster out there who don't have that experience. So make sure you
Mm-hmm.
tell them and warn them, you know,
Oh yeah.
be super careful. The bridges are the worst, Hawkeyes. I mean, if they're not used to it and sliding around out there, it's insane. But everybody do the things, get
Be safe,
prepared,
everybody.
safe,
Yeah.
stay warm, get your
Warm.
supplies. I think Rachel mentioned having a little generator. That's good
Yep.
news. If y'all have those, make sure you got those and you know how to use them. A Generac would be nice, especially for me in Florida with hurricanes. I'm a little
It's
envious of those who
crazy
have them.
because the last few days there's been about 3 power outages surrounding, like around my area.
Oh, really? Already?
Yes,
She's
yes.
like,
And I'm like, it's nothing going on. Like,
really,
why? I don't
nothing's happening.
understand.
Holy cow. So that makes you think if nothing happening is causing the grid to surge and maybe whatever's causing it, could you imagine what's going to happen when you're all the heat
Hmm.
over?
Yeah, of
And
course it makes me think, like, what the heck?
it's nothing you knew about it, right? Um,
Hmm.
that's like after a hurricane and your power's out, you don't know when that shit's coming back on. It could be 2 days, 3 days, a week is when they get to your community. We got a lot of
Yeah.
power lines down everywhere, everybody. We're getting there when we get there. Um, not every neighborhood has the underground utilities. And that's another thing. If you're in the neighborhood with no underground utilities, you're likely to go out before anybody else.
Oh yeah, ours aren't in
Yeah.
the city. Yeah.
Especially when the transformers go down or these power lines fall, it can be it can be a it can turn into a bitch, man. Y'all be
Yeah.
safe. Anyway, uh yes. There you go. All the extent, yeah, I'm just reading the chat because they're like these ladies. When you live in certain regions and you got to deal with certain things. There's just things right. But
Yeah.
there's always newcomers to your area. So if you got people new every year, even in the Florida, in groups and different things, or even in the comment sections on the news, people are like, "I'm new to Florida. I've never been in a hurricane. What do I do?" We're not like, "Ah ha ha ha." We're like, "Now do this and do
Right.
this and do this." Right? It's
Yep.
not cool to be that way to somebody. You know,
Mm-mm.
like they don't know.
Yeah,
They
we
don't know.
checked on all our neighbors and stuff, make sure they had
Oh, that's so
what
nice.
they needed
That's a
and
good
stuff.
that's I'm glad you brought that up. Yeah, y'all need to make sure you check on your neighbors, especially the elderly or people that's gonna be
Well, that's
alone.
why I was mad because it was okay. We went and did we did our shopping, grocery shopping, and everything like last week
Yeah.
before this. We even knew about the weather, so we're all set. But we go to get like little things from the store, and all the shelves are empty. And you see the person in front of you with 20 gallons of milk in their
Yeah.
cart. And I'm like, okay, so are you going to share that with your neighbor that didn't get it because you took so much you didn't need it?
Yeah,
You
total
need all
panic.
that.
We that happened a lot here over the years, but there will be literally now we it's a thing where a lot of times there's a limit. Like on the bottled water, it's so many
Mm-hmm.
cases per person or whatever, because you have to start rationing things so that everybody gets some. There would be times at the gas pumps, you're in line to get gas and they run out before you can get there, but there's a guy up there 5 cars ahead with his pickup truck and five 25-gallon gas tanks because he's got to go home and run that generator. And you're like,
Mm-hmm.
man, I just want to get a little bit of gas to throw in the fucking grill tonight. Not well, you're going to use propane on a grill.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? I just need to get a
Yeah.
little bit of gas, maybe my gallon of gas for the generator. Share. Um,
Right.
Everybody's trying to run generators. Everybody wants gas, and they're going to need it, and you're going to need a
Yep.
supply of it. So there's a downfall with that too. That's when we see a lot of price gouging in Florida. It's like,
Yep.
do not price gouge. We're not going to deal with it. So, but don't overtake. Right, well, going back to your
Yeah.
point there, don't
And the
take more
stores
than
the stores don't put limits on things, but even if
yeah,
they did, they just get their family member to go get it,
yeah. Well, no,
It's
there's
always
no
gonna
point.
be
You don't want to be caught without the things, especially if you got little ones in the house. But you kind of know how much you may need for so many days or whatever,
right.
and at least do that and not. And if you want to be that person that has all the extras, do it all year. There's
Mm-hmm.
literally a hurricane box with certain supplies that need to stay there at all times. That way,
Yep.
I'm not running for the last minute batteries and all the things. I already have them. So y'all just be prepared. Um, you got propane. Yeah, my grill is propane. I even have a small camp propane grill because I'm having my coffee. I don't care if we don't got power.
Right.
I'm gonna be able to have my damn coffee, and I can go old school and make that right here on the propane stove, right? I can
Right.
if I get desperate, I can make instant. Just
There you go.
heat me up some water. I got me some instant coffee. But a lot
Yep.
of us have propane grills and we keep the propane tanks so we can cook because your freezer goes kaput in hurricane season. It's summer. And you're going to be I've been without power for a solid week after a hurricane before.
Wow.
I've had no house after a hurricane before, but you got to start cooking that food eventually.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people have the gas grills, and we just start cooking it. Everybody just come and eat. Everybody, "Hey, y'all, hey neighbors, come eat some of this. That kind of thing. So everybody take care of
Well,
each other, right, and check
yeah.
on one another and be safe. If you don't have to be out and about traveling, don't do it. But if you have
Yeah.
to, we understand. But stay safe. Yeah,
Yeah.
cowboy coffee is fine, Rachel. Ain't nothing wrong with the cowboy coffee. I love the cowboy coffee, actually. The stronger, the better. I bought a different brand the other day, and I don't know why I did it, but I deviated from the usual. And when I made the first pot, I thought, what the hell?
Damn it, why did I do that?
Well, that came second. But why did I do that? I always know I'm going to say why did I do that. But I thought my first thought was, what the hell? Like, do I smell coffee brewing? And then I pour it. I'm like, I can see through it. Like,
Oh no.
this is not going to end well. It was not.
Yeah,
It wasn't strong enough. I like strong
me
coffee,
too.
and I don't put sugar in it. It's like a little tiny bit of cream. Just in
Mm,
case you didn't know all that. But yeah, I like strong coffee. I can't. I don't want flavored water. I want coffee.
exactly.
Cowboy
You want to
coffee.
taste that coffee.
Exactly. I want to taste it. That's it right there. I want to taste it. Um,
Hmm.
Hawkeye says perking on the stove is amazing. It makes you want to sit outside at camping, right? While the coffee's percolating on the camp stove. Oh man, I just went
Sure,
there
I
and my
made some
Lord, I
on
went
the
there and my head.
stovetop the other day.
What
I said I made some coffee on the stovetop the other day because
did
I didn't
you?
want to pull out. Well, 'cause I usually drink cold brew,
Yeah.
and I put away my regular coffee pot. So I was like,
Oh,
I don't want to pull the whole thing out. So I took out some of my grounded coffee and put it on the stove and boiled it the old school way.
there you go. I bet it was good, huh?
Oh yeah, it was good.
Hey,
Hadn't had hot
Forrest.
coffee in a while.
Oh my God, girl. When I'm sick, I don't do coffee. It's weird for me. But for 2 days, I did not drink coffee. So when I made coffee, it was like I just had to have that cup of coffee. There's times
Hmm.
I can make it at 11 o'clock at night, and if I just drink that one cup, I feel better. But I'm with Forrest. He's convinced it's a food group. Yeah,
Yeah.
we like our coffee around here, don't we, guys? Coffee and crime conversation. If coffee's not your jams, well, hell, we don't judge. If tea's your thing, grab it. If whiskey's your thing, grab your shot.
There you go.
If I was a drinking lady, I'd put whiskey in my coffee.
A hot toddy when you're sick.
I guess that's what that is. But
I've
I would.
never had one, but
Oh, I've had one before, but um, if I was a drinking lady, I think I would put whiskey in my coffee. Like that's the cowboy way, man. And secretly, my pawpaw was a cowboy, and cowgirls don't cry, ride baby ride. So if you know, you know. There's many layers to me. I'm part gypsy, part pirate, and part cowboy. That's just me. And that's weird and complicated, right? That's a lot of different things happening there, young lady. Are you sure you're okay? No. That causes me to have a lot of conflict. The cowboy and the gypsy want to roam at all times. And part of me is like, where are you going? That small part. Where are you going?
all them layers.
Many layers. Too many. But that's hey, we all have each other to unpack this shit together. It's been great chatting with you guys. I'm so glad you got to come up, Butterfly, and
Me too.
hang out. I do want to come back tomorrow, guys, and we'll talk about some more stuff. I don't know if we'll. I don't, it's really. You guys tell me what you guys want to see as well. We can unpack. I don't know how much we can, look at more of the crime scene stuff, but it's just going to tell me more about how this perpetrator did what he did and when he did it and where he was when he did it, that kind of thing. Or, I also haven't even that big giant filing in the Rex Heuermann case really is a bunch of word salad, but it comes down to them wanting to keep that DNA out, right? And I don't
Mm.
there's a lot of different things we can look at. So tomorrow we may come back in and just have another chat and see what's happening. If y'all want to drop me some comments on the community tab about something y'all would like to see us look at, do that as well. We're going to keep following all the cases that we're currently following, of course, and waiting for the updates to come out and see how they progress. I think also baby Emmanuel's case, Rebecca Harrow, I think
Oh,
she
hers was delayed till March, after March.
so they put it off till March now
Hmm.
for her hearing
Hmm.
or whatever was
Yeah.
coming up next.
Yeah.
Interesting. Wonder what you make. It makes you wonder what takes so long with some of these damn cases that seem so cut and dry. But we have to remember we don't
Yeah.
have a body. There's no body in this case. So how do they prove what they did? Are we guilty of? They got them charged with murder. So I don't know. It's just what like why do some
Well,
of
they
these?
locked down everything. We don't know the
Yeah,
details. So
understand. There was
crazy.
there was a local pharmacist, I think it was I saw today, that was arrested here. And I don't know. Oh my goodness. I just turned on Facebook to see if I saw this story.
It was there.
No.
Facebook, we listening to you.
Oh my God. No,
Oh.
a family member posted a
Um.
photo of, of a child, and this child is like, yeah, the picture's funny. I can't. He's like, up your, he's the middle finger.
Oh.
When you catch them, the little boys, they like doing that. I had one that loved to do that he thought nobody was looking. I'm like,
Right.
boy, that finger is coming off if you don't stop it. But so going back to what I was saying about sealed stuff, this pharmacist was arrested, and I don't know why, if it was, if it was related to like what the pill mill stuff. Do you know what I
Mhm.
mean? Like like
Yeah.
prescriptions or whatever. But it said that the documents were sealed, and I'm thinking, why? This is Florida. We don't usually get that right off the bat without a reason.
Mhm.
Didn't even go to court and ask for a seal yet. What's going on here? And I tried to look up the documents. I couldn't get it. So I was like, I wonder, would that be because of other things being investigated, named in the document? You know what I mean? So
Right.
it's like, why are all this sealing stuff basically? Like you were saying with that case, why have all that stuff sealed if there was
There's no trial date has been set, but another hearing was scheduled for March 26th.
March 26th? Why would you keep anything with that case sealed, really, with the both of the suspects being incarcerated or whatever? Did
Mhm.
he plea out already? Didn't what's his name plea to that case?
Yeah, he's in prison, but she's not. I mean,
No,
she's in prison. I mean, she's in jail, but
right.
yeah,
She's gonna say
she's
he
going
did
to
it.
trial.
Well,
Looks
her
like.
defense will be he did it, not her. So I guess that's all going to be her only way to go. Otherwise, she would have done pled guilty too. You know what I mean? She's going to
Mhm.
try to say he did it, not me. I'm just a victim of. I was scared to tell anybody. Okay, Jen Soto. Jen Soto wasn't scared to tell anybody anything because she acted like she didn't know nothing. But y'all know what
Yeah,
I
she
mean.
was asleep
These,
all the time.
she was asleep all the time. You know what I thought about the other night, Butterfly? And we were talking about
Mm.
something about when we were reviewing Stern's family over there at Jay's thing. I
Oh,
wonder if Jen's getting all her good sleep now. She don't got to worry about Maddie anymore or Stearns.
I
She don't
hope
got to.
she's having nightmares. Honestly.
She don't got to share the bed no more with anybody. I want to ask her, Jen, are you getting a good night's sleep now?
Mhm.
I wonder if she sleeps
Nope.
like a baby every night when she lays that head down. Does her thoughts keep her awake? Does Rebecca's thoughts keep her awake at night? Does her
Nope.
baby's cry haunt her? That's what I want to know. Yeah, the man who did it's bad enough, but bitch, you just as bad.
Yep.
I'm sorry. I'm a mother too. Got four of them
Mhm.
babies. Got two babies' daddies, if we want to go there. I'm a grown woman with two exes, okay? I have two exes, long term relationships, both of them, but they're both exes.
Yep.
Three have one father, one had his father. So, yeah, no, I'm not buying it. You're just as bad. You're just as bad if you know things were going on.
Yep.
Every pic of my hubby is what? As a what, Rachel?
I don't know what that's from.
She's good. We're like, Rachel, we're scared to comment because we don't know what you're talking about. It might not come out right. Every pic of my hubby has that. Has what? You got a percolator that plugs into your cigarette lighter? I have an inverter. Oh, I gave it to my son. Wait a minute. I'll have to call him. Bring me your truck and my inverter so I can plug my coffee pot in.
Agree, no power.
Mm. Both are sorry excuses for mothers. Absolutely. There's too many of that out there, right? So notice the red flags when they come your way. Don't ignore them. Like,
Oh, Rachel. This is the
what?
pic you were talking about on Facebook, the finger.
Oh, the flipping the
That's what
bird?
she meant. Yeah.
Mm. The middle finger?
Yeah, my husband's favorite thing too.
They don't play. It's like, yeah, get out of here with that. Back at you.
Right.
All right, guys. Well, I'm gonna let y'all go. Butterfly, I'm gonna let you go. Thank you for coming up, everybody.
Thank you for having me.
Well,
Thank
you're
you,
welcome.
everyone.
Hopefully, you can join me again tomorrow as we can chit chat and we'll look at some more. Because I did look up a little bit about some of the attorneys and actually the attorney in the case we were just talking. What's his name?
McKee.
McKee's case, and I looked a little bit at the psychosexual analysis doctor over there in the
Oh Lord.
Buzz. I always call him Busby, but that's not his name. Busby.
I know. I always think that too.
I
Yeah.
don't know why I keep thinking that first, but there's just some different things we'll take a look at, guys. But y'all all go have a great night. Stay safe on the YouTube
You
streets.
too.
Stay
Stay
safe.
warm, everybody.
Yes, stay warm.
Thank you. Thank you again, Hawkeyes.
Yes, thank you so much for your support. We appreciate it. And everybody go and do all the things and have a great night. And we'll see you back here sometime tomorrow, guys. Good night.
Okay. Night, Ruth Ann.
Thank you all for watching this here video.